Well, it's going to be a kicker here on the first round here for day number 3 of the first week of the Duo League, as we're going to be heading straight to Sanhok on towards the first round. But before anything else, we are the voices here for the English broadcast. I am Warden. Alongside with me is going to be Wasabi. And once more, we are the casters for tonight. Wasabi, we had a very hectic day all the way down to day number 2. And day number 3 is not going to get, pleasant, at least here for the players, as the competition has been evolving as time passed by. How are you feeling about this?
I am very very excited to see what happens. I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of changes. It was very different from the outcome of the first day, and I'm sure the same thing is going to happen here in the third day of week number 1.
Yeah, I mean, once more, we can really expect that the competition will evolve. And a lot of teams here has been climbing pretty drastically now. And honestly, just by looking at the overall standing earlier, I'm pretty surprised how IHC has able to climb so far now here into this competition. And a lot of mishaps has really happened here on towards the second day. And so far, IHC, they started off the day strongly. They ended off strongly as well. And that's exactly how they've been balling out. The question remains, though, will they be able to do exactly the same thing that they did on yesterday's run? Or can we see someone rise up from the very bottom? I mean, after all, IHC is just a true testament on how well can a team put themselves back into the equation in the span of a day.
Yep, they started at the bottom during the day number 1, but day number 2 they came in hot and then ended the day hot as well, winning both the first and the last match that we saw yesterday. But today it's another day, which means there's another opportunity for them to prove themselves, or maybe for another team to do so as well. And right now we're going to be taking a look at the overall leaderboard so far, and you can see Stalwart Esports is going to be the ones on top with 88 points, followed by IHC Esports, not too far behind, about 4-point difference. FAZE Clan at 71, for Miracle Vibes at 68, Sem9 right below them, the Savior behind them as well, followed by Hail Esports and MOPRH.
Yeah, and just by overall looking at the whole ranking here, it's crazy to see that on the top 5, only FaZe Clan doesn't have a winner chicken dinner. I mean, for Miracle Vibe, they have one. Haley Esports on number 7, they have one as well. But 2 and 2 and 2 for the set of Stalwart IHC alongside with Sem9 as well. But, FaZe Clan once more, they always back themselves up with the eliminations, as they do have 51. In regards to how they've been able to compensate for, the losses that they haven't been able to get the wins per rounds, it's just the way that they're able to push themselves for the most part in each and every round where they're around the top 3 top 5 topic. But moving over now to the topic the page number 2, here we got CMF XGSM on number 9, XERXIA Esports down below alongside with Alter Egos, followed by YOODO Alliance, Aegon I8, Vampire Esports, and 141 Official, alongside with 7 Elements now. And this is a bit of a refresher for me to see that CMF XGSM will now be on top of the second page of the scoreboard, as they started off really down below right there. And for 7 Elements, I mean, I really talk about how clutchy they are, but as of from the last 2 days that we have been able to see them play, they weren't really able to perform.
And right now, we're actually going to take a quick look at the MVPs so far in the game. And we can actually see two players from the side of For America Vibes here, as well as one from STE, which makes it a little bit interesting that we actually have two from one team. And they're claiming not only the first spot, but the third spot as well. And it's not going to be evenly spread among the other players. I mean, we also have a couple of teams that we're expecting to see up there, but unfortunately, they just didn't get a spot.
Now to the teams that have been able to put up a lot of damage here, it's going to be IHE Esports actually having 2,628 alongside with 19 eliminations. And it's really safe to assume this, and it's safe to see this as because once more, coming in from the last and first round, coming in from the second day, they were able to back themselves up with eliminations. And here is the head-to-head comparison here between these two players. It's going to be Stalwart Die for You up against East 92. East does have 24 above Die for You for the time being. And moving over now to the MVP ranks, we also have For America Vibes East obviously on the number one spot, and the rest goes on.
Yep, for Miracle Vibes are just so on top of his game right now. I mean, 20 eliminations in the last 8 games that we've played. And not only that, but he has a really good average survival time, which means he makes it relatively far into the game. Sometimes we have games that reach 30 minutes, but for majority of those games, he's going to be able to stay alive for the most part. And right now, we're gonna see a comparison of the top two teams right now, which are Stalwart Esports and IHC Esports, and they're not too far from each other. Stalwart, of course, coming out on top for now, but IHC has a good chance of catching up. They have more eliminations than Stalwart Esports, but when it comes to the damage, it's going to be there that they falter. Stalwart Esports is going to have about 20,000 more damage caused by them in comparison to IHC, which really helps them claim that number one overall rank.
And it's once more a bit of a refresher for me because IHG does have the most eliminations right now for the time being. Stalwart Esports, I knew for a fact coming in from the first day that they are bound to be the team that would be getting more or the most eliminations for this respective tournament. But it's looking like it's not going to be this case. I mean, yes, for sure, 10 eliminations is not so much of a discrepancy, but at the same time, well, it is something that IHC Esports would like to hold on to, and with the force that they're able to show coming in from like the 5 rounds on day number 2, it might just be them haggling Stalwart Esports here. I think we might just be able to see a rivalry happening here between these two squads.
Yeah, definitely. I think these are teams that you guys have to watch out for, especially as we head into the first couple of games. This is going to be the determiner for them on how they're going to set each other apart. Because you know that a while ago, when we are taking a look at the overall rankings, they only had about a 4 point difference, which is an easy 4 kills, one squad. And that's all they have to do to tie up with one another. But of course, there's also placement points to consider. So we have to watch out how they're going to be playing the next couple of games.
Yeah, the general average here for the survival time for the side of Stalwart Esports and IHC, there is a bit of a difference once more. 6 minutes, much more, the longevity for the side of Stalwart Esports is much more apparent here. We only have 2 more days right after this. So the prize pools, I mean, we all know the prize pool here. In regards to the prize pool, for the first for the number one team, they'll be getting 900 USD. Second will get 500. Third will get 300. Fourth will get 200, and the MVP will get 100 directly to his pocket. So after this very first week, we are going to be getting the same prize pool all the way down to the second week, and overall, we move over to the tournament where we get to see that the prize pool distribution gets even higher here because of the points getting merged all together coming from the first to the second week.
Yep, at first, the first highest ranking team is actually going to get 1,500 US dollars, and the second team is going to get 1,080 US dollars, followed by 780 US dollars, 600, then a 480 for the fifth place, and going down all the way to the 10th place. But either way, it doesn't really matter where you place as long as you're having fun in the tournament. I mean, I think for us, we are having fun in the tournament, but for the teams, I think they want some money.
Oh yeah, I mean, money is one thing, the crown as well of winning the tournament is another thing as well. So that's exactly something that I know for a fact each and every squad's just trying to hold on to. They want to put themselves up in the pedestal. They don't want to settle for second or third. They want to claim the whole championship here. And so far, once more, the teams that is on the run right now to get the most eliminations and the most points overall is going to be Stalwart and IC for you. Maybe we see something different in the next few days, in the next weeks. It's something that we got to hold on to as well as we get to cast the actions here up ahead. Once more, Wasabi, we're going to be heading straight to Sanhok. How do you feel about this map? I mean, we got to see how it played out for this competition on yesterday's run, and clearly it was very chaotic.
It was very chaotic because of the size of the map. It's so small, it's so compact, and so your opponents are forced into a very close situation or lots of close combats. And of course, you're not going to be really able to make use of those vehicles because they're going to cause so much noise that majority of the players are going to hear you, especially while you're driving around. So those vehicles are not going to be the most advantageous, especially since considering taking into consideration the size of the map.
And looking at the overall today's map schedule, here we go. This is the proper one here. We got Sanhok on towards first round. Moving over to Erangel on towards second. On the middle, we do meet Miramar. Erangel right after. And at the end, we go back straight to the Desert Coast, Miramar once more. So, whew, this is going to be a very tough rotation for me, honestly. I do love to see Sanhok on the middle. But at the same time, it's not really going to matter for these pros overall. It's just about them, trying to learn from their previous mistakes, trying to improvise, or maybe just let the whole winners and the whole heavy hitters of the previous rounds of this respective maps just own things down once more. Whatever narratives will be popping off for tonight's run, it doesn't really matter. The question is, though, will we see any competition?
That is the huge question that is yet to be answered, Warden. Are we going to see a little bit more change on the overall leaderboards, or will the top five remain the top five? Well, we'll just have to find out later on. But guys, again, this is only day 3 out of 5 days for week 1, and we have 2 weeks, so there's still a lot of changes possible for this tournament.
Yeah, looking at the whole schedule here once more, per week we will be having 5 days, so we still have two more to go right after this once more. And for the whole format here, we've gone through the qualifiers for the underdogs, the qualifier for the pro teams, and now we're currently here at the main events. We had 24 invited from PMGC teams plus two Qs as well. So that is really the whole rundown right there. And if you guys want to stay tuned for the last and final run for this event, it's going to be happening on the 15th of October. 14 to 15 will be the rundown there for the last 2 days of the tournament.
Yep, and we'll just have to. That's actually the part that gets interesting because that's going to be nearing the closing of the game. So, guys, don't forget to wait until we see those last couple of days for the tournament. But, back to what's happening today. We're first going to go to Sanhok. Again, this is going to be a small map. Then later, we're going to go into Erangel. And this one's actually a little bigger. But considering that the teams that play in every game changes, it's going to be an adjustment for everyone every time. So the map doesn't really play a big factor on them learning from their mistakes because either way every game is going to be different.
The weight of the risk and reward here for Sanok is a big topic that has to be talked about now. And if you want to play for higher risk, then you got to go for boot camp and camp alpha. And if you want to meet yourself into the middle, then you might just be able to dabble yourself around the vicinity of Paradise Resorts all the way down to Camp Bravo or maybe High Thin, and back to the low risk where you just want to evade a lot of gunfights that could be Quarry and Sammy for you. But at the same time, if you and your other opposition would have the same call, till then you might just be able to meet each other early. And coming in Wasabi, we had a run of Sanok yesterday, and guess what? A lot of teams faltered, especially on the first few minutes of the round.
Yeah, we saw a lot of players get killed early off in the game. Even if it just started, they started dropping like flies. And well, that's, I guess, something that you really just have to deal with when you're placed in a very, very small map. You have to be able to gauge your situation properly and be ready at any moment because people are coming from all different directions.
And guys, throughout this broadcast here, we do have 4 broadcasts here happening at the same time. We have one for Arabic, Urdu, English, and Indonesia. And if you guys want to hang on once more to the English broadcast, we are the voices for this stream. So just watch out, check out if you guys can, check out the other broadcasts as well if it does fit your own preference. But yeah, this is a very, generous and a blissful tournament here for Duel League, brought to you by Esports County.
Yep, guys, don't forget to subscribe to Esports County to keep up these tournaments. I mean, they host a lot of events, and also special thanks to Mountain Dew for sponsoring this specific tournament, the Dew League. And I have been having so much fun casting yesterday as well as today for this tournament. But right now, we're not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. We're going to head straight into the game. And right now, you can see the flight path, and we're just waiting to find out where our players are going to drop at.
Yeah, it's going to be the first round here for the third day. Map Sanhok. And we are seeing the flight path immense here. And so far, I think it's going to be a very, safe flight path here for the most of the competition. But at the same time, if you want to dabble around Camp Charlie, Cave, Dog, Sammy, Nakham, Tambang, alongside with Bantai down below, it's going to be a bit of a, situation that you might not just be able to get to your side. But if you get to see a team like Sem9, they always love to dabble around Camp Charlie and Cave, playing always down north. And it's not really bad here in the map of Sanhok. I mean, after all, it's a very small map. A lot of actions will be happening really quickly here, and it's not really safe to expect that teams will be playing this one slowly, because as of right now, we are seeing a bit of a battle between Alter Egos, and I do believe 7 elements on the feed. And Alter Egos right now is just beaming through the skies, getting those eliminations down within. And this is exactly the beauty of Sanhok.
Yep, the match just started and people are already starting to go into engagements. I'm not sure how their loot is at this moment, especially since, it takes some time to find those good weapons and those preferred guns that you have. But it looks like they'll be forced into engagements either way. And right now, we are going to see that we have 15 teams on the map as of right now. But with a lot of them stacked up in this building that we're looking at right now, we are bound to see more engagements.
Yeah, and now we get to see the run here for the set of Genesis Esports. And as early as this, 7 elements is now out from the chase. And that is brought to you by Alter Egos for you. I think they have 4 elimination points now in total, so that is going to be a very respected thing for them to do. Now, for the set of NBA Esports, alongside with Genesis Esports, these are the squads that has been really able to perform in regards to mechanical aim, but the problem is that they haven't been able to avoid the earlier altercations, hence not really giving them the placement points, especially for the set of Genesis Esports. I mean, up into the last run that they had up against FaZe Clan, it was on the early stage of Miramar, coming in from the last round on towards the second day of Miramar. They had FaZe Clan right against them, and they couldn't really have any respondment whatsoever. So I want to see Genesis Esports here put up a fight, but as of the moment, it's going to be Team XERXIA here alongside with IHE Esports going at it now. And so far, it's going to be IHE Esports getting the most eliminations. As Team XERXIA, they only have 1 player left.
XERXIA is dealing a lot of damage, but unfortunately gets dealt a lot of damage in turn, and now very low on health, needs to heal up. Last player alive on their team is going to be Earth, and Earth is going to have to find a way out of this because he is faced by 4 players on the side of IHC right now, and if he doesn't think of a plan, he's going to get surrounded any moment.
Ooh, 1 wrapping around, EarthZ only having a UMP. It doesn't have anything to heal up with as well, so this is a battle that is just waiting to finish now, not unless EarthZ would like to fall back and look for a better position for later on to run, but instead he just decides to make the distance to come true. But with only a UMP in hand, actually has an M4 now, he might just be able to get a pickup, and that is going to be enough distance as well for the side of Godless here to just pick up his teammates, while in the process, a player from Halo Esports tagging EarthZ up, so IHC, they're back into the competition.
Yep, they are back into the competition, but 1 player is actually down, so they have to find a way to revive that one player, and the other one is low as well. So I think they should heal up before going into more engagements. But it looks like Godless, on the other hand, has plans of his own. He wants to finish off that last player on the side of XERXIA here, using the grenades to his advantage. But unfortunately, he gets faced by incendiaries, and now he's being forced to move away. Earth here, though low on health, doesn't have a good situation, and he's pretty open. He has a vehicle here to get away, but Godless, being very aggressive, is going to push into the area and knock him down. Looks like XERXIA is going to be sent back to the lobby early on.
9mm to the face, gets it through, and that's gonna be Team XERXIA for you out from the chase as well. And IHC, they put themselves up in the board with 4 eliminations in total, so it's gonna be Alter Egos and them tied up for the time being. But the battle is not stopping at all this time around. It might just be Genesis Esports going against NB Esports for the time being. And I think that this is gonna be a rundown here for this very camp. And NB Esports regathering here on this compound will be having one player to scout out as well from the perimeter. And I think they want to fall back here directly to the northern side of the map just to create a bit of distance as well and have an overview of the situation.
Yep, and now we're going to see NB Esports actually slow things down here, trying to look for opponents, but no one is too close by, so they're going to try to look around, move around the area. But we're going to take a quick look first at the overall map right now. You can see the blue zone is starting to close up. A couple of the teams still outside, but since it's not too painful just yet, they're going to wait a little longer. One of those teams, including Sem9, seems to be trying to gather up loot before heading into the circle. But on the other hand, we have a lot of people stacked up in the resort area, and while that is bound to be a very bloody battle, as we have about 3 different teams in that area.
And now we had Sem9 here coming from down south, and I think a composition as well coming from the eastern side of the map. They are the only squad that is not really part of the circle right now. And looking back here for the side of STALWART Esports, they are in this boot camp right now, and they do have BIGETRON Red Villains just from afar. And back to the competition here between NB Esports, they have managed to evade the gunfights here, but they move over to the bridge where Morman is waiting for them to come through. And this is not looking to be bright here for the set of Norman. He gets sprayed down, sections him down, but a trade back comes through here for the set of FAZE up in the feed. And this car right now about to detonate. They want to create the distance and make the play right now, but unfortunately in the process they do lose one player, but that is going to be enough for them to secure 1 elimination points. For the side of these 2 players here inside his car, they are too far now here for from their respective teammates on the bridge, so no cavalry might not just be able to come through.
Well, it looks like they're going to unfortunately leave that last player to be, but well, I guess it's also a smart move because they have to be able to find shelter for themselves and heal up. It is a sacrifice that they had to take, and hopefully it is for the best. But right now we're going to take a quick look at the players from FaZe Clan. They are going to be down a player as they are in an engagement right now, but they're going to have just enough time to heal up that last player, Morman here, who is down. Hopefully they're going to be able to get that clean revive before getting shots from another team that's surrounding them.
And it's really important for Morman to stay alive. I mean, after all, he is one of the best players here for the set of FaZe Clan right now, alongside Elastics. And in the process, Genesis Esports, I talked about them getting eliminated early, and they are the next team to go out from the competition on the feed. It's going to be Super Nan here, taking 1 player down here, out away from STALWART. I mean, for Miracle Vibes at least, and he does get another one here. East out from the chase. For Miracle Vibes down to the ground. And IHG as well is going at it against YOODO Alliance, and they take care of 1 player for the time being. That's exactly the actions that we like to see. For Miracle Vibes responding back on the feed with 2 kills of their own. Baron on the feed. Wherever we look at right now, it's just a battlefield here on Sanhok.
It is just a huge battlefield out in the open, greens everywhere, and this is what we were expecting. I mean, it's a small map, as we say again and again and again, and so you're eventually going to be faced with a lot of engagements, dealing maybe with 2-3 teams at the same time. And of course, getting those high grounds out in the open areas are sometimes some advantages that you will really need to take make use of, and that I think is one of the things that the team IHC is trying to do right now. Is they try to get the high grounds, but while doing so, Bigetron is going to get eliminated off camera. Unfortunately, not able to see that, but we are going to be taking a very quick look at the players of Stalwart Esports. They are relatively far from one another, so I'm not sure how this is going to play out, especially when they get faced by other players of other teams.
It's definitely not looking so bright for them, but they do have this opportunity right now to make a pinch. As Xani here will be coming in from the southern side of the map. Baron and Apex from the side of Four Miracle Vibes did take care of Bigetron Red Villains before this possible clash here between Stalwart Esports. So let's see how they are going to be able to respond back with this. Mark GPX might just go head to head up against FaZe Clan as well. And FaZe Clan, they were so close to be put onto a discrepancy, but they were able to find a recovery, especially for more men. And right now, it's going to be MR5Z here getting one elimination point so far here for the side of FaZe Clan. And I don't really like the positioning that they have right now. All they have to do here is look for a better angle, maybe wrap around the bridge, play around the outskirts. Until then, Mark GPX might not just be able to get any opportunity out from them. But back to Four Miracle Vibes, they are now getting tagged up. Stalwart Esports found into the mix. And once more, there is a possible pinch here for the side of Stalwart. And we get to see Xani now wrapping around from the back lines. Die for you as well, closing in to go for the pinch. Nade flying through. But in the process, IHC here getting taken down by YOODO Alliance on top. It's going to be flash for you. On top with the SKS, I do believe we're the Saga. And Alex goes inside, cooks up the nade, looking to get an angle. Flax only one tap away with a Tommy gun now dropping in. But instead, Alex wants to go for a pickup here on towards Miramar.
Well, it's not looking very good for them because they're getting surrounded. Right now, in this area, we're going to have about 3 teams in IHC. They're going to push in right now, taking YOODO Alliance out of the equation. They get eliminated, now down to 11 teams left. And now, we are going to see For Miracle Vibes very, very close to Stalwart Esports as well. And if they see each other, although I think they already are aware that there are opponents to fight, but once they come into contact, that's going to be a hell of a gunfight right now. We can see Tops trying to get some shots landed, but it doesn't align up. Not enough to get the final kill, and instead he's going to look to maybe revive his teammate while waiting.
This is exactly how well Four Miracle Vibes respond back to a situation where they are really in need of a help. And they are so close to picking up a clutch right now. And they only have one player to rely on, though. Stalwart, they had 3 before this initial clash started, but they now go down with only top Triple Z here alone. And it's going to be a 1v1 here on this town right now. Can it be Apex or Top Z? But the rest goes on. And now on the feed, we get to see Hale Esports and NB Esports going at it as well.
And right now, we're going to take a quick look at the map before we go and see more action. Now, it's getting even smaller. We're going to maybe focus on Camp Alpha, but we are seeing a lot of teams trying to move into the zone right now and trying to get a better positioning. But Hale Esports Hale right now, they're going to be the ones that have a hold of the cover here. Though they don't have the high grounds like Alter Egos, they're going to be able to hide in these buildings and stay away from most of the engagements. But it looks like they have plans of their own, getting into those vehicles, maybe going to try to go and push up towards Alter Egos, although we'll just have to see how that goes, especially considering that Alter Egos has a slight advantage when they have the high grounds over the players of Hale.
Now, this is a battle that Stalwart Esports started, and they think they want to go for the fight now. DBS on the hand, can go for a spray down, but a UMP overpowers Four Miracle Vibes, and they are now eliminated from the round itself. Stalwart, I mean, they had like 3 players once more. They only have 1 now in total. Was it a worth the investment? I don't think so, as we're only talking about stage 3. So it's gonna be tough for us to see later on if they can back themselves up with the placement points, because clearly in regards to eliminations, only having 1 player to watch out for, it's not really the best of shape. Now, back to the way of Hale Esports and Alter Egos. Ironically enough, Hale is not really the one hailing here from the skies. It's going to be Alter Egos having the verticality. And this is an angle right here that is really favoring Alter Egos at most, as it's really tough here if you're coming from the back lines. I mean, from the bottom end. So, Hale Esports, we need to see some precise gunplay from them if they want to stand a chance against Alter Egos.
Yep, you are right. They have the high grounds here, a slight advantage over the rest of the teams, but they do have to play it very carefully because there are teams, I think that's the savior that's actually behind them or beside them. And if they're not aware of their surroundings, only focusing on what's below them, they might get caught there in between. But for now, we're going to see a couple of engagements on the kill feed, a couple of our players falling down, VPE getting some kills on Sem9, a back and forth there. But we are gonna take a look at Hill as they try to relocate. No engagements for them so far, but they are looking to find a little bit more players to kill off. Now VPE on the other hand, they're going to try to heal up after their engagement with Sem9, but for now it's going to be a little bit of a revive game as they try to heal up.
Hail Esports, they are around the vicinity of Vampire Esports right now. So if ever they do meet Vampire Esports here for a set of Hail, this might just be the perfect time for them to strike as well. I mean, Vampire, as of right now, they just got off from the recovery coming in from the clash of Sam9. So really fortunate for them that Hail Esports is not really going to their direction. Now for a set of Morph GPX, they haven't really gotten anything off this round. They are the only squad here that hasn't been able to get any eliminations. It's just simply because of the fact that their drop wasn't really the most heated up here. So currently, 15 minutes into the game, we only have 7 teams left on the composition, and this is the look of the final few circles that we are be able to get. So FaZe Clan, they are in rotation, but in the process, they might just get pinched on by Alter Egos. Alter Egos, they do have a split to offer. Hail Esports, they are really compact here on towards this compound. And now it's going to be a fight here happening for a set of FaZe Clan alongside with Alter Egos. Fnatic has this nasty angle. Just straight down the last 6. Not going to be able to stand a chance at all. And now Molasix is now down to the ground. 4v3 situation for the time being.
And things here are going to get even more heated because it looks like Fnatic off the side of Alter Ego is going to play a little bit more aggressive, going to take Melasix out of the equation. Now, it looks like the players of FaZe is going to be down to 2 left, and Alter Egos on the other hand, they still have 3 able players. And now, VPE trying to get into the mix. They're going to try to take a Morph down from afar with those snipers at play, not really spotting them just yet, but aware of their location. And now, things are getting tighter as the zone starts closing up. The blue zone getting closer towards the edge, forcing all of the teams into the safety of the circle. And unfortunately, those teams that are outside, they're going to have a difficult time pushing in because it's being occupied by all the other teams who got the early movement.
Yeah, Vampire Esports are just gatekeeping more TPX, but Hail Esports, they want to put themselves into the mix. From the back lines, they take one player down from set of Vampire, and that's going to be leaving an opener here for set of Pepank here with the DBS on the front line, looking to make the play. Last and player remaining here for set of Morph TPX. Can he get this one true? There is 2 players standing strong so far here for the set of Vampire Esports. 1 player will just be on the other side. He wants to pop the pills right now. And now Ravenclaw just looking to get an angle off this case. DBS against a UMP. Pepank cooking up the nade. Gonna throw it down to the window. Gonna get the ricochet to fly through, but no connections here. And the 2 players from set of Vampire Esports, they're pretty separated from each other. Ravenclaw here on the front. Gonna get sprayed down by the Xavier as well from the back line. Now it's gonna be a 1v1 here between Pepank and Tony K. Vampire Esports up against Morph GPX.
But look at this, Warden. There's a couple of players on their side as well, which is going to be actually backup for the side of VPE. And if they're going to be able to actually play this right, they might be able to get the kill, but we're going to have to see exactly what happens as they are now forced to start moving because they are outside of zone, and the blue zone is starting to eat them up, causing a lot of damage now as we go into stage 5 of the game. So this is going to force the players to move, but Tony has different plans. He knows it's going to be a tough one because he has a lot of people to watch out for. Instead, he's going to try to go into this engagement, and it looks like he's going to be able to eliminate the players of Morph, but while doing so, very low on health, has to find a way to get out quickly. Luckily spots a vehicle to use as a getaway and will probably make it in zone and time. But for now, we're going to take a quick overview of the map, and it looks like Hale has a very good positioning as they're able to take majority of the buildings in the area and just hold that place down.
And they're in a really good position as well to win off this round. The only squad here that has 4 compositions so far. Closest there is going to be the Xavier with 3. Alter Egos will only have 1 player to rely on as of the moment, but fortunately they do get the recovery, so that is going to be a reset for them. And since they do have the most eliminations, it's no question, it's not a stranger for them to win off those possible clashes. But obviously, they want to hope for either the Xavier and Vampire Esports to soften the defense option for Hale, because Hale right now looking pretty solidified.
Hale is definitely looking very solid. I mean, not only do they have good positionings, but they also have all 4 players, and they have 5 eliminations, which is decently good enough. Although we have actually Alter Egos who has 9, so that's actually a team that you have to watch out for. They are very aggressive. They still have 2 players in the game, although pretty low on health. VPA, on the other hand, down to 1 player left, is going to have to play this way more passively. But Tony is looking like he's going to have a little trouble doing so, as he doesn't have much cover. For now, we're gonna take a quick look at the Savior as they move around the area. They still have 3 players in the equation, and most of them sticking into this area. They're going to be able to eliminate Tony K of VPE, taking down the whole team as well. And now down to 3 teams left in the equation. It's going to be the Savior as well as Alter Egos versus Hale, who still has 4 players in the teams.
Now the Xavier inside the zone. Hale Esports once more still holding on to the solidified compound. And the defense is on, and looking at the split that they have, the map control is really favoring them at most. And since the Xavier is now after the chase as Lamborghini faces his demise, it's now going to be them against Alter Egos, and Alter Egos is out in the open, sitting ducks, honestly. And they want to go for the pinch now, offering the map control. And if it does come true, this is looking to be the final run here for the set of Alter Egos. 2v4, Arsenal is locked on, but they're going to spray down out in the open, and it's going to be Rosemary down. Fnatic left alone for the set of Alter Egos. Flash is zooming in, going to go for the DBS, and they shut them down. Alter Egos eliminated. Hale Esports, they win the first winner chicken dinner.
Hale Esports just played that so well. I mean, early on they already got the positioning in the camp where they were able to just hold down that area. Though they only got a couple of eliminations, I don't believe they surpassed the number of eliminations Alter Egos got. But nonetheless, they were able to get that winner chicken dinner, which is most likely going to put them on top.
Yeah, that is exactly a really nice run for them. And Halo Esports, we had a question mark with them and when they're going to be able to pop off. And fortunately, they do put themselves into the mix once more. And overall, just by looking at the whole run that they were able to put up before the night started, it was a pretty nice, statement that they were able to put up. It goes to show that they do deserve the win rate now, as we get to see, they weren't really part of the top 10 going down to the 9 to 6. So with them being able to put this one up, they are going to be able to put 20 points directly to their pockets, back it up with 10 elims, and obviously the placement points that they got being the number 1 team here for the first round of Sanhok.
Yep, and hopefully that's going to help them maybe even get into the first page of the overall leaderboards. But of course, we'll have to wait for the overall summary. And Warden, how did you think their strategy played out? I mean, I think it was a pretty good strategy. They didn't go for too many engagements, but they were making sure that they had the best position possible.
Yeah, I mean, Haley Esports, we talked about them being really solidified at the compound, and till then, they didn't really let go of the map control. And we got to see that, Alter Egos, they only had 2 players. They decided to just get the map control set and going, not going to give any chance at all or any working room here for a set of Alter Ego. And that really worked out for them. So they are going to be the number 1 team here to watch out for. Alter Egos on number 2, the Xavier on number 3, and Vampire Esports on number 4.
Surprisingly, though, not a lot of throwables were in the mix for this match compared to the Sanhok game we saw yesterday. But, nonetheless, we are going to see some of these teams emerge, specifically Hale, Alter Egos, Aries, as well as the Savior and Vampire Esports coming on top. They're going to be the teams of focus for that first match we saw earlier. And it was actually a pretty quick game. I mean, only 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean that's really the nature and the personality of Sanhok. It might just get extended further more as we move over to Erangel, and how much more as well if we do meet Miramar at the middle. But yeah, I mean the pacing was really fast here, And looking at the whole, margin here between Halo Esports and Alter Egos, it wasn't really too far behind, only 5 points away. The Xavier on 12 will be trailing down by 8 up against Halo Esports. Vampire Esports on 8 alongside with IHC. Stalwart will have 6. FaZe Clan alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes will have 5 points. More GPX, Bigetron Red Villains will have 2. NBA Esports will have, no, More GPX and Bigetron Red Villains will have 3. NBA Esports will have 2. Sem9 and YOODO Alliance will have 1. And for XERXIA Esports, Genesis Esports, and 7 Elements, this is pretty surprising for me, especially for the side of Team XERXIA. They will not get anything at all.
But what? Well, you're surprised with that, but I'm surprised that Sam 8 only got 1 point. I mean, they usually get so many eliminations, even if they don't place at the top. They get so many eliminations in majority of their games. But today, it seems like they're having a rough start. Hopefully, going to be able to step up their game a little later in the match. But right now, we're going to look at the top damage dealers of that first game. It's going to be Hale Esports, of course, since they did claim that winner chicken dinner, as well as the 10 kills, followed by Alter Egos, who got 9 kills, D Savior 7 kills, Vampire Esports at 4, and IHC at 8 kills as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sem9 is a really strong team in regards to those eliminations, but with them not really being able to convert, it's really shocking there. But the maps that they really excel at is gonna be Miramar for you. After all, they got one of their wins. I think double of their wins are actually coming in from Miramar. But now here is the overall standing once more. It's just gonna be Stalwart Esports on the lead. IHC will be trailing not by 4 anymore, but by just 2, and they are the first teams to enter that 90-point mark.
94 points to the side of Stalwart Esports, followed by IHC. Only difference by 2 points, just as Warden said. But we're actually going to see Hale climb up by 4 spots by winning that first match alone. Now they're going to get that third slot, and they are going to be followed by FaZe, 4 Miracle Vibes, then D Savior, and Sem9 gets pushed to 7th place, followed by Morph.
Yeah, I mean, that's really impressive here for these whole competition to be able to bounce back. I mean, yesterday's run, we had IHC climbing up. Now it's going to be Hale Esports here, hailing from the skies. And now on the other side of the feed, we have TMF XGSM on number 9. Alter Eagles will be trailing by 1 on 51 points. XERXIA and Vampire Esports, a bit of a margin here between them. But at the same time, they are at the 11th and the 12th spot. YOODO Alliance on 35 points on number 13. Egg on I8 on 32 on number 14. 141 Official and 7 Elements, they will be down below here at 15 and 16.
We aren't seeing too much action from the players of 141 Official as well as 7th Element. Unfortunately, we really hope to be able to see more from them, especially with all the supporters that are in the comments trying to cheer them on. Hopefully these teams, especially the ones in the second page, are going to be able to up their game, especially tomorrow and the last day of week number 1, which is going to be on Monday. So hopefully we're going to be able to see more action from them, and I hope they're able to change up the leaderboards.
After all, this is only the first round here of the third day of the main event for Duel League. So, hey, we're still open for a lot of changes here. But for the time being, we get what we get served by here for these squads overall. So congratulations once more for the set of Halo Esports for winning the first round of Sanhok. That was really impressive. And, how they were able to just handle the situation down. For the time, there was a moment where they had an opportunity to make a push, but looking at the whole circle and looking at the whole possibility that the map can offer, they just decided to play around the camp, and the rest was history. They were able to just beam things down, players from in rotation. But hey, guys, we still have more rounds here up ahead. But before we head on to round number 2, we're going to be having a short break. So we'll be right back, guys. See ya. Take care. See you in a bit. Bye-bye. We'll be having a short break, guys.
welcome back for more action. This is going to be the Dew League, sponsored by Mountain Dew, brought to you by Esports County. Once again, I am Wasabi Gaming, and I am here with the one and only Warden. I think Warden is muted, but guys, we are done with
Oh,
the first match already. We are about to head into the second game of the night, and once again, this is day 3 of week number 1. There's still going to be matches tomorrow as well as the next day, so don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for those.
okay. You know what? There's never really a day where there's no bloopers, and unfortunately, I fell into the trap of me muting my mic. So here I'm back in action, and as you did say, the one and only Warden. I've never met anyone named the Warden, so thanks for the title. I think that might just be one of my intros in the future someday. I am the one and only Warden. Okay, that sounds so strong. I am not a strong man, but hey, who else is strong here is going to be Haley Esports getting the first round out from this very day. So props to Haley Esports for this one. But now we're going to be going back to the big maps, to the big boys. We got Erangel up ahead. Right after this is going to be Miramar, back to Erangel, and ending things off with Miramar once more.
Yep, we're gonna have an interesting lineup. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see Sanhok again, but hopefully, I think the action is still going to continue, especially considering that we're gonna have bigger maps, which is going to allow the players to maybe build up their loot more before going into those engagements, which is going to make it a little bit more interesting. A while ago, we saw maybe I think it was 2 or 3 teams get eliminated very early on in the game, and unfortunately, it was because they kind of lacked good loot and good weapons, so they really had a hard time with those engagements and just fell under really really early. So hopefully, this changes it up.
There is a bit of RNG involved, a bit of luck as well, and that's just those factors right there that you can try to mitigate, especially if you can head on straight to the hot drops and all the way down to Erangel. Honestly, you can talk about farm, you can talk about school, you can talk about Pachinki, a bit of Georgia Pool as well, but it's just all going to come down to the pros, and obviously the heated up one is going to be the military base, but that is something that I will be questioning later on. In regards to the groups that we'll be playing for this very round, it is gonna be the rundown between Group A, C, D, and E. So, for Miracle Vibes will be a team that I'll be watching out for to drop at the military base, as this is really their consistent drop here so far into this tournament.
Yep, definitely a place that they seem to enjoy, and I guess it's also because they're able to get a lot of loot from that area, and of course, that is going to pay off in the long run. But of course, you have to also take into account that there are several areas that these players love to drop at, especially the docks, maybe even the George Gorgopol, as well as the military bases, and those are places that we have to see if there's going to be multiple teams that drop into, because if there are multiple teams, then most likely they're going to have to face each other at the earlier sets of the game.
Personally, my first drop on a Wrangle when I had my first ever run for PUBG Mobile or overall for PUBG is that I did go through the way of Georgia Pool. And unfortunately, looking at the flight path right now, it is not leaning towards the direction on the western side of the map. So Georgia Pool alongside with Zarki coming in from the side of Gatka Hospital or even the shooting range on top will not be found into the mix. I think the furthest that they can go will be coming in from Rozak all the way down to Pachinki, and a bit of mixture as well here from the side of Perry Pier and alongside with Primorx. So here is the drop now happening. YOODO Alliance hopping down, heading into the direction of Milty Power. BIGETRON Red Villains, they do love to play Milty as well, just directly. STALWART might just expect them to go to the way of Novo. And for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes, once more, looking at their whole positioning, they are going to be heading straight to their comfort drops all the way down to the military base alongside with Aegon at 8. Now, Alter Egos, they are heading straight to the vicinity of Pachinki. But before anything else, actions are right ahead. It's going to be official 1-for-1 going at it now. Shot into the face. CMF, XGSM. Mad Cat already out of the round.
Very early on, and they're taking a lot of damage. I'm not sure how GSM is going to be able to face the players of 1-for-1, but they definitely have a chance if they're able to play their cards right. Again, both of these teams coming in from the Group E, so it's going to be their first game of the night. Maybe just a little bit of a warm-up for some of them. Although, on the other hand, they have to watch out because they are relatively far from the zone, considering that the zone is going to be on the bottom left side of the map, and a lot of the teams are up on the right side of the map, and they'll have to relocate later on. But now we're going to take an overview of this area. As you can see, 1-for-1 on the right side of the map, while GSM down to 2 players left. They're going to be more on the left side of the map.
And we did have a conversation about Georgia Pool not being found into the mix for this very first round. Now with the zone leaning towards the western side, I think teams has this availability right now to just pick up the vehicles and own the vicinity of Georgia Pool for their side. I mean, that is one of the best ways that you can deal with the situation right now. Unlike GSM here in 1-for-1, really investing their bodies into this vicinity of Lipovka. And I don't exactly know if this is going to be a good shape here for a set of 1-for-1. But if you can get the early altercations, early connections with the gunfights, and the overall eliminations, then pick it up. Why not?
Well, it really depends on how they decide to play this, and you're right, there's nothing to lose if they decide to do that. But right now we're gonna take a quick overlook at the area once again. 1-for-1, very far from the players of GSM despite the early engagement, and GSM was forced to lose one of their players, the other one taking relatively a lot of damage as well. And they're going to actually have to relocate to be able to find loot safely. And you can see they're taking some of those vehicles, trying to move away, a couple of them staying. But I don't think it's a good choice to stay, considering that the players of 1-for-1 have been so rampant of getting majority of that area.
And overall, just by looking at the whole posture here between these respective squads, I mean, they are still leaning towards the fact that they want to go head to head up of another, and bless you for that one. And moving over here for the set of 1-for-1 series is now gonna be here on top of CMF XGSM, and he wants to go for the drop down, but instead hops into the Molotov. It's curious. Oh my days, burning down, but runs through with a DBS and gets one to the face. And now CMF XGSM, they only have Rowdy here to clutch things up. He's out in the open right now. Gets sprayed down. CMF XGSM. They go out of the round.
They get eliminated pretty early off in the game. I mean, we kind of saw that coming, especially with them getting engaged by the players of 1-for-1. But right now, MOPRH is going to go into an engagement with the players of Vampire Esports, and they're going to be able to knock a couple of the players of Vampire Esports down, which means that there's only one player on Vampire Esports left to fight here. Now, luckily though, he is going to be a little bit further from the players of MOPRH, which means that he's not going to be able to, or not going to be forced to deal with the players of MOPRH just yet. But considering he's all alone, it's going to be a very, very difficult fight for him to stay alive in this game.
Now, XERXIA Esports here was one of those squads that has been struggling quite a lot as well in regards to just put up the longevity here for the respective rounds. And honestly, XERXIA Esports, they started things strong as well for the round of Erangel, especially on the first day, first round. But ever since that very run that they had coming from the first day, they haven't been able to bounce back here on towards round number 2. And really interesting that they dropped to school. Didn't really go against anyone. So they have very good loot for them side for the time being. And that is going to be able to fortify their arsenal as they head on to the possible clash later on. But for now, nothing enough to be said. The school, they want to go back to school, Wasabi.
I mean, go back to school.
I want to go back to school.
I want to go back to school. I
Yeah,
kind of miss
go
school.
back to school.
Yeah, let's go back. Guys, school is important. We all got school. Like the players of XERXIA Esports. They are schooling and we gotta learn how to school from them. But right now, we are gonna take a quick look at them once again as they get onto those vehicles. Now they're leaving school. Now they're running away from school. So
like us.
I don't know what to say about that. I guess that's what we did. But
I know they've finished their classes already. They've done their classes. They got the resources already.
They're done for the day at least.
Yeah, the checklist is on. They got their vehicles down. They're gonna go out from the vicinity of school, go back to their houses, and try to do their homework here. And the homework is gonna be getting the eliminations, of course. In 7-11 so far, it's gonna be them up against BIGETRON Red Villains here on this mountain. And BIGETRON Red Villains, as they did lose one player in the process, it's going to be them trying to run away. Now, Leon here wants to go hopping out from the buggy, but unfortunately, he just gets sprayed down to the face. Goku Bot gets connected instead. Saga now, but from afar, he gets tagged up as well. Hopping in, looking to get the heal up, letting Divine do the dirty work. He gets the kill as well. And 7 elements, BIGETRON Red Villains, they are looking to go down here from this very mess, but the cavalry comes through, the trades comes in, and T24 DP is too far away to back his teammates up, and it might just be BIGETRON Red Villains here getting the most out from this casualty that they're having.
Maybe. I mean, they're in a good position to do so despite only having 2 players and one of which are down. They might just be able to take out the players of 7th element if they play it right. And right now you can see Boysil here trying to go in for the engagement, not dealing with those who are down already, but he's looking for that last player that he needs to kill. Unfortunately, he gets shot instead, and BIGETRON is going to be out of the equation for now. 7th element is going to be able to heal up those players, especially with not too much people in the area. But we're going to take a quick look at the players of STALWART Esports with their cars going around, causing a lot of noise in the surrounding areas, but not going into an engagement just yet. But as I say that, YOODO Alliance spots the players of SAM9 driving around in their vehicles, using their guns to shoot those vehicles. Unfortunately, not enough to cause a huge amount of damage just yet.
And you know, it could only just take Aegon I Hate here to make the difference as well and try to put themselves on the feed, because so far 7 elements in an official 1-for-1 coming in from the side of Pakistan. Aegon I 8 is the 3rd team here from the side of Pakistan. It might just be the run here for Pakistan here all the way down to Erangel, and that is going to be something that I like to see if ever they remain consistent for the time being. But for now, nothing is really happening. I mean, the closest fight that we had between Aegon I 8 has been absolutely none here for this very round. Now for YOODO Alliance here, they are a pretty, stale squad here on towards the overall scoreboard. So it's going to be pretty interesting as well on how they can put themselves fit into the mix. So it's really about that. Now for the side of Genesis Esports, Flame is now tagged up. He's down to the ground. Lim Zai alongside with Trust Me here is in rotation, I do believe, into the direction of Flame. But at the same time, they're still nowhere to be found. So they really need to get this pick up now, because Genesis Esports, once more, they've been struggling this whole curse that they can't really win off this range, all because of the fact that they can't get themselves out from the trouble on the early stage of the game.
But look at this, STE Tops and Die For You, they were chasing the players of SAM9 for a while there, but they've decided to go off the path. But it was quite interesting because from behind, they were having a car chase, Warden. They were shooting the players of SAM9 from afar, with one player's just sticking his head out of the car trying to cause damage, but the players of SAM9, luckily they were able to escape. Now we're gonna take a quick look at the map. We have a couple of teams still outside on that blue zone, especially MOPRH and Vampire Esports. They have to start moving into the zone because the zone is getting smaller, and that blue area is getting slightly more painful every moment that they wait. On the other hand, when we take a look at the safe zone, that circle, that white ring of circle there in the center, we're going to see a lot of teams are actually there already, and they are very close to one another. And considering a lot of them have vehicles, I'm pretty sure that they are relatively aware of the situation that they are in.
Oh, pretty much they are. And the Xavier here in YOODO Alliance, well aware they're around the vicinity. And Parajin here is a player that I'm going to be eyeing out for to make the difference here for that Xavier. Lamborghini as well, Lanka Chua. And YOODO Alliance is being tagged up right now. 4-man play here for each end of the spectrum. 8-man battle so far. And honestly, I'm going to be handling the odds here for the side of the Xavier. YOODO Alliance was not really able to perform really well in regards to the clashes. So going to be interesting if ever the tables will get flipped around. But Faceland, they want to put themselves into the mix. They're also in the vicinity. So it's going to be a 3-man showdown now here. 3-squad showdown here on this very town.
You're right. I think I have to go with the same one as you. If it's D Savior versus YOODO Alliance, I think so far at least, D Savior has been able to perform a little bit better than YOODO. So I think they have a good chance of winning this map. But if you bring SAM9 into the equation, or maybe even STE, who is relatively close by as well, then that's going to change things up, because they are going to put some of the players of the Savior on the center of the battlegrounds, which is going to make them trapped and actually sandwiched between two teams. So this really depends on how the teams decide to push and how this game plays out.
And now with BIGETRON Red Villains and FAZE Clan found into the mix. Coming in from the top right of the circle, they are going to be meeting a lot of squads here. Miracle Vibes and PERSIJA EVOS is in rotation right now, alongside with 7 Elements and official 1-for-1. MOPRH GPX and Genesis Esports will be coming from the northern side of the map. Team Surge just a bit on towards the left side, so really eyeing out for FAZE, Clan and Sam 9 to control the situation. Aegon I8 here will be coming in from the side of Pierre here. And a lot of things here just bound to happen so far, and I do believe that there's just a lot of heat happening here between the Xavier and STALWART Esports alongside with YOODO Alliance.
Yep, and right now we're going to see PERSIJA EVOS here trying to peek out and try to get some damage dealt on for Miracle Vibes, but unfortunately they're just a little too far for those guns to line up. And though they have a relatively good position that they haven't been spotted yet, they have to be very careful because the players of for Miracle Vibes are inching closer towards them every moment. As you can see in the mini map, there's one player relatively close to them and can definitely push towards those players. But of course, you don't want to push solo. You want to wait up for that backup. So I don't think that's going to come anytime soon. But we're going to take a look at the players of the Savior here up in the buildings. They spot the players of STE hiding in the mountains, as well as YOODO Esports. And this is what we were talking about earlier, that the players of YOODO, they're going to get caught in the middle, especially with STE rotating towards that mountain. They are going to also face the players of 1-for-1.
This is the classic STALWART Esports that we like to see. No, they offer pinches over and over again, but so far the fight that is happening right now is going to be Genesis Esports against MOPRH GPX, and I think that's going to be MOPRH GPX close enough to get thrown out from the chase. Yes, they have 3 elimination points, but they only have Zai here right now to heal things up. And no, not for the side of Genesis Esports, but for the side of MOPRH GPX. So really unfortunate situation right now for the set of MOPRH GPX. One player is ready inside a zone, so that's going to be enough for them to just wait things out. And that's just really about it. Genesis Esports now finally showing some sort of longevity that they can offer here for rounds.
I mean, I would want to try to find something that's going to help me with the game as well. But right now, Genesis Esports, as they try to play a little bit more passively, they're going to stay in the borders, making sure that they don't go face to face with too many teams. But they're going to actually spot someone out at the outskirts, not going for the engagement. They know they need to get out of the blue zone as quick as possible, and that's going to force them to move. But right now, we are going to see things slow down here. Though we have quite a lot of teams very close to each other, they haven't gone for the engagement just yet. And it's been like this for the last couple of minutes. We are just waiting for the moment that they decide to strike. But for Miracle Vibes, on the other hand, they continue to loot the dead bodies of the engagements earlier, trying to upgrade their loot before being forced into another engagement.
Now, Aegon I8, once more, they're pretty, questionable in regards to the gunfights, especially against Miracle Vibes, but they do have 2 so far, and that's going to be owned by the side of IQQ for this one. But the nades is flying through for Miracle Vibes. This is exactly where they excel at, coming in from the connections on towards the nades, and it's going to be an exchange here back and forth. The smokes will get dropped down. Baron will be on the front alongside with Apex as well, and the only thing that Aegon right now is holding on to is going to be this ridge they have, but it's not going to be enough at all, as they're pretty much out in the open. But they do get the connection up against Miracle Vibes. Baron now down to the ground, Apex left alone and kicking, and he is hoping for some sort of hope here in this situation, but unfortunately there's really nothing much room to work with. 7-Elevens will be coming from the back lines. Coming in from the northern side of the map is going to be Sam 9 as well, and if they don't move in quick enough, they might just get caught in a pinch.
They are definitely looking like they will get caught in that pinch that you're talking about, especially with the amount of teams here. You can see in the mini-map, we actually have 4 different colors on the map right now, and those are all the players in the area where they are going to be able to cause damage. But right now, for Miracle Vibes, going to be down to the last player able to move. It's going to be Apex as Easy gets taken down, but he is going to be faced by 4 players from the side of Aegon I8, and he has to watch out because he has no place to take cover, and he is very low on health. Being the last player alive, he has to play this very strategically, because if he gets knocked out, there's no way that they're going to survive this. And on the other hand, Aegon I8, they have a good opportunity to kill off the players for Miracle Vibes, but they haven't gone for the push just yet.
Apex Predator on the prowl. Goes on the Chiron. Gonna get sprayed down, tagged up. Blade not gonna be able to get at an angle. Apex does have this opportunity right now to create some distance, but he does want to go for the fight instead. Blade getting tagged up, down to half. But Aegon I8 has this very convincing map control, and if ever given the chance, for Miracle Vibes can just call Rendezvous, might just take it now. That is exactly what they're doing. PERSIJA, EVOS, and Team XERXIA on top of the mountain. And it's going to be PERSIJA, EVOS right now in rotation. Genesis, only player from the side of Genesis here on the car, will be in rotation as well from the outskirts. But for the side of Team XERXIA, got to prioritize PERSIJA, EVOS here as they're in front of them right now.
Now things is going to get a little bit more aggressive here because the zone getting smaller and PERSIJA forced to move in. They're going to get spotted by the players of XERXIA Esports, and now we are going to see a little bit of an engagement, cross engagement here, not only with XERXIA Esports but also with STE and a couple other teams in the surrounding areas. The smokes and throwables coming in handy right now, especially as the area gets smaller. They're going to try to block the views of their opponents, but no avail. They have to be able to find cover. But in the open area like these plains, this mountain, there is not much aside from the trees, bushes, and rocks to take cover behind, and this is going to be a very difficult battle for all of them.
Now for Aegon I8, Apex is still alive, and one player goes down to the ground now. Only Apex and Blade here will be found on the outskirts of this beach here, and you know, something about this situation right now, Blade is caught in a pinch, and unfortunately they couldn't really deal with Formerical Vibes early on, and if ever Apex decides to peek out, he has this clear angle right now up against Blade, and for the side of the Xavier, could really come in handy as well to offer a third party. And they have 4 players here in total to put themselves into the mix. Parajin is on the right side, coming in from the eastern side of the map. Lamborghini on towards the shed, and it's going to be Apex here, holding down this car right now, hoping that there's not going to be any teams that will be coming out from the backside. And look at this whole vicinity right now, pretty silent. It's going to be a run between FaZe Clan, Genesis Esports, Team XERXIA, STALWART Esports, the Xavier, alongside with Aegon I8 and Formerical Vibes.
A lot of teams still at the mix, even with the very small area so far. But it looks like STE Die For You is going to cause some damage on the players of XERXIA, taking down 2 and eliminating the whole squad already. He's going to be able to wheel up the rest of his teammates here, trying to get ready for another push to come. STE, they still have 3 players on their team, getting 7 kills already, but they do have to watch out because there's still a couple of teams like 7th Element that they have to watch out for, who has racked up 6 kills or 6 eliminations in this match so far. Now they're relatively far from each other, but with how small and limited the space is, considering that a part of it being taken by the waters, and most teams wouldn't want to stay in that waters, they have to play this very, very strategically.
FaZe Clan still alive, very impressive. Aegon I8 as well, alongside with YOODO Alliance only having 1 player, and also Aegon and MOPRH GPX. So there's going to be 4 teams here that will be only relying on towards 1 player. FaZe Clan into the mix, only having 1 elimination, but with them being the only squad that has a complete set of players, they might just be able to mow things down here, coming in from the last few circles. So here we go. Time slowed down. It's all going to be the battle of utilities here as they're on playing grounds. Nothing much to work with. And it's just going to take the precisement here between these players overall to make the play to come true. Could it be the run once more of STALWART here as they have 7 elements having 6, the Xavier having 4, more GPX alongside with the Genesis Esports and Formerical Vibes and Aegon I8 having 3, FaZe Clan only having 1. A lot of things can really go downhill here. It just depends on who can really manipulate the zone to their side.
That is the huge question right now, but surprisingly, Sem9 with no eliminations just yet. They are going to also be down to their last 3 players. They're not in a very good situation although they have some buildings to their side a little bit further away from the other teams that might go into an engagement later, they might be able to get more placement points, but eliminations wise, they're not doing very good. And as I say that, the players of Morph do get eliminated out of the equation as more of the teams on the beach side, they're starting to go in for those throwables, those grenades, those molotovs to deal some damage on one another. And with not much cover, it's definitely going to knock a couple of players out of the equation.
Lamborghini throwing down the nades directly to the face of Apex, but he does misses a bit to the right side of the map. And so far, Lamborghini is still not really gonna be able to make the cuts come true. But for set of STALWART Esports in 7-9, they'll be hopping. And DB has found into play. Dive for you, falling back here. But he wants to go for the play. But Kenny, yes, just gets connection with the Saga as well. And now, a bit of a reset here for set of STALWART. Top here, cooking up the nade. Gonna try to draw some distance down. Or maybe just hope for Icy to come inside a shed to get the heal up. And I think that's gonna be enough time for them as well to get this one through. So it is going to be a 2v1 for the time being here. Make it a 2v2 actually. Sem90 only have 2 players as well. But simultaneously, Genesis Esports, they do take 1 player here from instead of FaZe Clan. And they have 1 player already out, 1 player down to the ground. So it's only going to be 2 here so far that will be able to try to make the play here. Genesis Esports having their back against the wall. Actually not really having anything to back on. And they want to go for the buggy run here, trying to run away from the scene. And in the process, Sem9, they get eliminated.
Now down to the last 8 teams left, and the zone inches closer towards the center of the beach. But right now, we are going to see a couple of the players of SCE trying to heal up. As you can see, they're lining up, waiting for their turn to get revived. They are going to only have 1 active player trying to revive the other 2 to be able to maintain their top slot. They've gotten 10 eliminations already, and they're looking to win this game. Seventh element gets taken out of the equation, and now down to 7 teams. Although we have to look at this, like, it is quite amazing to see that YOODO Alliance is still in the mix. Now they're staying away from the engagements. They only have 1 player left. They have no kills so far, but they are getting to that point where they are going to start earning placement points to maybe put them a little bit higher on the leaderboards. Maybe not at the bottom, but a little bit higher. But nonetheless, let's see how this pans out, especially since they'll have to still deal with 6 other teams, and STE is one of them, getting 10 kills already in this game, double any of the other teams.
I'm more impressed about Formidable Vibes here, honestly. I mean, keep in mind, it was a 2v4 at the start between them and Aegon at 8. Now it's a 1v1 between them, but the Xaviers, of course, just right around the vicinity, and they do have 3 players to work with as well. So if Apex just decides to peep out and they go for the engagement of Aegon at 8 or vice versa, he might just get caught down to the pinch. So it's just a battle patience right now as of the moment. Now, for the squad steer that has 3 players, it's only going to be STALWART and the Xavier. Genesis will have 1 player only, but they eliminate FaZe Clan, shockingly. And now we're down to the top 6 teams in the total. There's going to be 4 solos and 2 squads here that will be found into the mixture. And one of them is going to be STALWART Esports, having 10 eliminations. And if ever the Xavier will get wiped out or get softened up by the rest of the competition, it might just be STALWART coming out alive from this tournament of this very round.
That is a huge possibility here. But what I'm quite impressed with is that we're already at stage 7 and we still have 6 teams in the mix. Now, of course, we have to take into consideration that 4 of these teams only have 1 player each, but that's still 6 teams that you have to watch out for. And even with how small the area is, not much cover, we still have a lot of players hiding around in the far end of the map. But Tops here going to be able to spot one of the players of Agon I8, not able to land the shots just yet, but those are going to be shots as a warning, trying to send the signal that they are spotted, and that is also going to be information given to his opponents that he's right around the corner. For Miracle Vibes does get eliminated, as well as Agon I8, and now we're going to be down to 3, and numbers are just falling really quickly here as the players of STE continue to play very aggressive. Now 3 teams left.
I mean, it was barely given right there for a set of Genesis Esports along with Diego on 8 and Formation 5. They only have one player now, so it's just going to be between STALWART Esports, the Xavier, and the one and only player from the set of YOODO Alliance. And YOODO Alliance, he is just playing around the outskirts here, coming from the northern side, and STALWART Esports are on top of the roof right now, and this might be very chaotic here, but for the time being, Die For You getting the connections to fly through from afar, and the Xavier getting softened up. Now it's all going to come down to the last 30 seconds here before the zone closes up. Till then, we get to see how the circle will be playing out in this battlefield. But for now, the Xavier, they're not looking to be in a very good shape.
It isn't looking very good. But look at this, Warden. If you take a look, it's mostly a battle between the Savior and STE because YOODO Alliance, the last player on their side, is actually at the far end corner, trying to stay away from all of the engagement, hoping that he will have a better opportunity later on. So this one, for now, at least, is going to be between the players of the Savior and STALWART Esports to fight it out, trying to see who is going to make it out of alive. But with the smokes coming in and not much cover for the players of the Savior, they're going to decide to push, trying to get closer to the players of STALWART Esports. They're going to be able to knock down one, making it a 2v2 between STALWART and the Savior until they're able to revive their teammates.
Now the Xavier, they get one player down to the ground. The last player here from the set of YOODO Alliance is something that STALWART Esports has to worry for as well. And so far, the whole positioning here for the set of YOODO Alliance is just so well to the point that it might just be the Xavier hoping for them to get the close-up. But at the same time, one player goes out now here for the set of the Xavier. And STALWART, they still have 3 players to work with. YOODO Alliance here from the outskirts. No information relayed whatsoever for the set of Icy and Tops. So they're still on top of this roof. And this is really dangerous. PERSIJA here from the opposition will be right there. One player as well from the side of the Xavier will be wrapping around here from the western side of the map. And I don't exactly know how to feel about this because this might just go not too favorably well here for the set of STALWART. But at the same time, they do have 12 elimination points. And if ever the player from the set of YOODO Alliance gets eliminated, it's safe to say that STALWART Esports, they still get more points here from the mix. And adding it up now, Icy finds the connection on towards Levi's. And it's only going to be PERSIJA now left alone for the set of the Xavier and the one and only player from the set of YOODO Alliance. And Icy, open the door.
A little bit of a mishap there. I don't think we were supposed to see that. But we are still going to have 3 players on the side of STALWART, which means they do have a very, very good chance of winning this game, although they have to play it very carefully. Now, there's 2 opponents, one from the side of the Savior and one from the side of YOODO Alliance that they have to watch out for. But 2 versus 3, it doesn't seem that impossible for the players of STALWART Esports to deal with. Now, the time is ticking, and we're about to hit that 30 minutes into this game. But so far, things are slowing down because they are not looking to go in for the push just yet. And STALWART, on the other hand, Die For You, trying to use the grenades to his advantage, unable to line it up just yet, but maybe the Molotov will pay off, breaks the vehicle. Now, PERSIJA has no way to exit the area, going to be trapped. They're forced to either stay in that bunker until the zone starts pushing him out or go in for the engagement himself.
Back against the zone, Molotov flies through, nowhere out, hoping that YOODO Alliance will go out from the chase so they can secure the placement points. But unfortunately, the priority is on here for the set of STALWART, and only one more bullet to connect, and that should be it. Tapped away, down to the ground. YOODO Alliance and STALWART. It's a 1v3 here for the final showdown on towards first round of Erangel. Here we go.
YOODO Alliance camping gods, no kills yet, but able to claim the second spot and get spotted by the players of STE, and the match ends with winner chicken dinner going to the side of STALWART Esports.
You know, with STALWART owning this one right here, that's going to be enough for them to overtake the whole competition between them and AIG. And they were on the lead before this round started, and it's just going to be adding more points for them. So they're going to be up by like, what, 20 points in total, make it like 23 overall, as they did get 10 points from the placements, and I think like 13 or 14 coming in from the eliminations.
Yep, that is a lot of points to add up. And right now, they actually
15.
got 15 eliminations. So that's 15 points from the kills, plus another 10 points from getting the winner chicken dinner, and that is going to really put a huge gap between them and the teams following them in the overall leaderboards, especially considering how aggressive they play. But look at this, Die For You is going to be the player carrying the teams, getting 7 kills and 4 knocks and 800 damage in all different aspects, all different statistics lines. He is going to be the player that was really doing the heavy carrying for the team. But of course, we also have to give some credit to the rest of their teams, really helping with those assists and helping the player Die For You get those top eliminations.
It was a pretty funny moment as well earlier where we got to see like five squads only having one player, and then when all of a sudden when the zone started to close in, we got to see them just go down simultaneously. And YOODO Alliance was one of those teams that was able to evade that altercation, so they are once more going to be able to claim the number 2 spot here, at least for the placement points. But for the whole eliminations, there is a lot more teams that was able to prove themselves here into this very round. But here we go. Stalwart has traveled 35.5 kilometers, 23 smokes, 18 nades, and 5 Molotovs invested. And obviously, since they are the number 1 team here that has won this very round, they have the most survival time as well. Not too far behind, it's going to be the Xavier. Tried to put up a fight, and unfortunately for the set of Paragon, the priorities were just on for them up against Stalwart Esports. So he really had nothing to work with. Genesis Esports, shockingly this time around, really known for losing the initial gunfight at the first stage. They managed to push themselves here on towards the number 3 spot, tied up with the Xavier with 10 points.
Yep, right now we are seeing the overall match leaderboards only for the second match of the day. It's going to be Stalwart getting the most eliminations and that top slot as well. 25 points going to be added to the overall tournament leaderboards later on. The Savior not far behind, getting 10 points, as well as Genesis Esports. 7th Element getting a total of 8 points to their name. Agonai 8 getting 7. Yodo Alliance getting 6, as well as 141 Official also getting 6. For Miracle Vibes getting 5, 3 of which coming from the eliminations. And FaZe Clan getting 5 as well, 4 from the eliminations. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, they got 4 eliminations, and those are the only points they're going to get. Same thing with Morph getting 3 eliminations and 3 points. XERXIA Esports getting 3 as well. And that is going to be the summary for the match. But the top damage dealers of the game is, of course, as expected, Stalwart Esports with those 15 kills and a lot of damage to go with it as well, followed by the Savior with 5 kills. They dealt a lot of damage to their opponents, but not really able to secure the kills. Genesis able to get 6, and seventh element going to be able to get 7 eliminations as well, and Agon I8 going to get 4.
Yeah, and overall here, props to the squads of Group A, C, D, and E. Next up, here will be A, B, D, and E. And fortunately, we are going to be getting IHC back into action alongside with NBA Esports, Halo Esports, and Alter Ego. So a bit of a rest back here for the side of this very group here, coming in from the side of Group C. So more GPX, Faceland, Genesis Esports, and the Xavier will now be found into the mix. But fortunately for the Stalwart Esports, they still have another round to play around with, and that's going to be enough for them to, push it up just a little bit. Not unless, of course, they will have a faulty round on towards the run for the set of Miramar. But for now, since they did this, get this win, and they claimed their third winner chicken dinner, IHG Esports will be still on towards the number 92 points in total on the number 2 spot overall. But as soon as they move over to Miramar later on, that is something that I'm expecting them to, try to perform at. I mean, after all, they got their first win off from the side of Erangel, alongside with Miramar as well, coming in from the yesterday's run.
Crazy point difference between Stalwart Esports and IHC Esports here. It's about 27 points difference. So if IHC wants to catch up to Stalwart, not only do they need to win a match, but they also have to get an additional 17 eliminations to catch up. If that is if Stalwart does absolutely nothing during the game, which of course they are going to do something. So that's going to make the gap
Yeah.
even wider for them to fill. So we are going to take a quick look though at the second page of the overall leaderboards. GSM maintaining that top spot, followed by Alter Egos, Aries, XERXIA Esports as well, and YODO. They're going to actually be able to move one slot up, pushing Vampire Esports to the 13th slot, followed by Agon I8, 7th Element, and 141 official at the bottom, unfortunately dropping a rank.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for your 1-for-1 official, but it's only going to be a 1 point differential. And moving over now to the overall slayers of the competition, Apex able to drop 21 so far coming from this week, one day number 3 post match of match 12, of course. And really props to him for this one. I mean, after all, Apex was able to haggle on and just play off the situation earlier where, we got to see a lot of times where he was supposed to go out from the round, but he was able to hustle things down until the very last few circles. So props to him for this one. But obviously, since STALWART did win the very round, it's going to be safe to expect that Die For You and Choconaut X here will be found into the mix as well, being the number 2 and number 3 players.
I mean, I would be surprised if it wasn't the players of STE Esports on the MVP race, because they were going absolutely crazy. I mean, 15 kills in one match in a competition as big as this one is something that should definitely put you on the MVP race. And well, of course, we saw them there. But we are going to be back into the caster's desk, Gordon.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice run here on towards round number 2. Round number 2 once more is going to be heading straight into Miramar. And for the set of Miramar here, I'm having a lot of expectancy here for the set of ISU Esports. They were able to get one of the best runs for the eliminations as well, coming from the last and final round for day number 2. So I wouldn't be so surprised as well if they can really perform really well. Now, in regards to the teams that hasn't been able to perform, shockingly well was going to be Vampire Esports. I mean, all throughout, a lot of people was vouching for the set of Vampire Esports, but unfortunately, it hasn't been really the case where they can, show themselves into the equation. So rotations, gunfights, all of these factors has been really faulty for them, or just overall their decision making. Hopefully, they can bounce back later on for the next few rounds, because if not, it might just be them, making their whole fan base just a bit upset for this one. But for the time being, guys, we are going to be having a short break. I want it now, Wasabi.
No, now.
No, I want now.
No, later.
Now.
Later.
Now.
No.
I want it now. I'm demanding.
No, later. You have to wait. Patience is key.
Right. No, now.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, maybe now. We'll be right back, guys.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, we're back into action here for a set of the Duel League. We are the casters for the English broadcast. It is at Warden here alongside with Wasabi, and we've tackled 2 rounds so far, one from Sanhok and one from the side of Erangel. We're gonna be heading straight into the sandy coast of PUBG Mobile, heading straight into Miramar. And for the side of Miramar here, Wasabi, it's a very wide map once more. And if you don't really have any vehicles, it's going to be one factor that they have to worry about later on, especially since, coming in from the first to the second, all the way down here for the first 2 rounds, the circles hasn't been really revolving around where the flight path will ensue. So far, it has been very punishing, and since the trend has been like that, I'm really expecting these squads here to, play around with the vehicles first before they solidify themselves or define themselves onto one part. But before anything else, here is the top teams in for Miramar. FaZe Clan having an average of 6 eliminations and 1,205 of damage. 25 minutes of survival time will be given for them. MOPRH GPX will be trailing just 1 elimination behind. We'll have 5 in total. 1187 damage and its survival time and 56 seconds of survival time. And for the set of 7-9, they do have 8 more compared for the set of FaZe Clan, but that's just because of the fact that their longevity here for this very map hasn't been so phenomenal to see, but something that, could be different as well later on. The Xavier here will have something to prove, as simply because of the fact that, they did struggle a bit, especially on the words of last clash on towards Erangel, but maybe Miramar is the map that they want to play at.
Maybe, I mean, again, different aspects of each maps really affect the gameplay of each of these teams. And of course, some of them have their favorite maps. So maybe the saviors might just be Miramar. So let's see if they're going to be able to step up their game later on. But I guess it's pretty good that they're able to get an average of 6 eliminations despite having a relatively low average survival time, only 12 or 13 minutes in the game. But well, 6 kills for 13 minutes is pretty aggressive. So I guess that's good for them. But of course, you have to learn to stay alive and fight a little bit longer if you want to be able to win the match overall. And as Warden was saying earlier, there's a lot of open and wide spaces here in Miramar as we enter into the game. You can see that the locations are relatively far apart from each other. The buildings are spread out. So we're going to have a lot of open areas where battles may occur.
Unfortunately, here for the set of the flight path, it is going to be slicing through pretty much the middle of the run here for the set of Miramar. So we can really expect a lot of squads to just be able to go to the respective drops. Honestly, this is the very first time for me to see this flight path here for a set of Miramar. So I'm loving what I'm seeing here. And the first team to disengage from the airplane is going to be the one and only official 1-for-1. For Miracle Vibes is going to be heading straight to Chumacera. YOODO Alliance will be dabbling around possibly Puerto Paraíso or just the big city of Los Leones. PERSIJA EVOS longing to possibly drop to the way of Picado. And for the set of NB Esports, I think they want to play and dabble around with on towards Power Grid. Vampire Esports will be locating around the vicinity of La Vendetta. And moving overall now, we are seeing a lot of things happening here for the time being.
Yep, a lot of the teams spreading out around as a flight path cuts right through the middle, as Warden said earlier. But here we are going to be looking at the overall leaderboards, as again, Stalwart Esports is going to be the team on top with a total of 119 points already, and IHC down behind by more than 20 points. So they have to play catch up if they want to be able to get that top slot. But right now, we're going to take a look at the map and look at the zone, Warden. It is way down low in the bottom of the map, and a lot of teams not even close from that area.
And this is exactly what I said. I mean, the zone has been really punishing. So, a lot of teams, I think for the set of Halo Esports that came from the northern side, will be the squad here that will be facing a lot of trouble in regards to rotation. If you're on towards the Campo Militar, there is very barely any vehicles, especially on the road. So it's going to be pretty interesting on how they can recover from this situation. The first set of TMF X GSM wanting to trail down Team XERXIA right now. And since they are right now on the trail, they have this advantage. Mega Mine down to the ground. Chopper now on towards the Monster Truck. And they just want to go for the commitment. And Team XERXIA, they don't really have anything to work with as of the moment, aside from to run. But it's not going to be enough at all. And that's going to be an early altercation for them. Hate to say it, but GSM, they get this one through and they start things strong.
Unfortunately for Sersha, though, they are going to be down to two players left, and that is not looking very good for them. And it's just the start of the game, and they have to watch out already. But right now, we're going to take a look at the players of IHC. They are here very, very close to another team. I think that is actually going to be the players from the side of Alter Egos Aries that are close by to them. So they have to watch out. Although the area is relatively big, a lot of buildings to keep them covered. But if they make too much noise, accidentally shoot their weapons, or just use a vehicle, that could be a sign to their opponents that they are at the area. So they have to be very strategic about the noises that they make and the areas that they push towards. Because if they do not play this right, they are going to be forced into an engagement. And as you can see here, IHC, they are occupying most of the areas. The players of Alter Ego Aries are pretty far off for now. But again, any moment, if they spot each other, that is going to be a big engagement.
Alter Egos, can they change things up here on the run for instead of Miramar? They struggled on towards Sanhok, so let's see if ever they can change things up here for the narrative. But for the time being, they're not really getting close enough to get into a convincing fight up against IHC. So, you know, this is going to be a stalemate here once more as we talk about the first 4 minutes of the time. And the only time that we got to see a fight once more, it was Team XERXIA and CMF XGSM. Now, talk about the run here for CMF XGSM. They were only able to run things down and win off a round coming from the second day on towards the third round of Sanhok.
Yep, and right now we are actually going to see the players of PERSIJA EVOS trying to loot the area. They are going to be one of those lucky teams that are going to be inside the safe zone. So they are going to be able to have a little bit more time to relax, not really forced to move immediately, while the other teams on the other hand, they are going to have to find a strategic way to move around, maybe find a vehicle if they don't already have one, and they have to start planning out which area they want to push towards, because at any moment that they go towards the wrong area, this guy needs a new driver's license. While he is pushing to any area, they may be felt by faced by other teams. But right now, IHC back to them once again. Things slow down in this area as they are pretty aware that there is another team. Outer Ego, same thing with them. They've probably spotted a few players on the side of IHC already, so they're slowing things down.
A bit of a, standoff here. Nothing really happening aside from the scouting that these two squads are doing right now. So take it easy for now. I mean, after all, once we get to see the first initiation come true, it's going to be a domino effect where player would love to go for the trades, and it goes happening over and over and over again to the point where we're going to be able to see one squad eliminated. But I mean, it's just a battle of patience at most. And so far, IHC is actually now next to one player here of Alter Egos, and Fnatic out in the open will get sprayed down. Godless not going to find a connection with a UMP. Given said, not the best weapon of choice for that engagement, so that is a bit of a hidden blessing for him for the time being. And Alter Egos, since the zone is closing in, I think they want to go for the rendezvous instead of like going for the fight. And I think this is the proper call for them. After all, this is only stage 1 of the game. You get 4 eliminations, but in return, you lose resources and you lose players. And it's not really the best of shape or form that you want to offer for the later stage of the game.
Definitely not a good way to strategically play the early half of the match. They definitely have to improve on that. But right now, we're gonna take a look at the map. As we zoom out, we can see that a couple of the teams are at that blue zone, getting some damage dealt on them, while we have also it's very distinct here. You can see there's a group of teams on that blue area, a group of teams that need to start moving, and a group of teams right in the center of the safe zone that they're just chilling there, relaxing, waiting for more action to come through. But for Miracle Vibes here, trying to get the high grounds, they are going to see some of the players of, I believe that is going to be 141 Esports up in the mountains, and it looks like with the vehicles, they might just go try and push that.
Now for the set of CMF XGSM, they're now into a Hiffy as well. And Team XERXIA, they want to avenge their teammates that lost that first initial clash. And CMF actually said GSM. I mean, it was a 4v2. Now it's gonna be a 3v2, and I think everything's gonna go downhill here for them. They're inside the zone. The rotations is just a bit late. And they're all split it up as well. And this is just another opportunity for the rest of the competition to isolate them one by one and get them through. And I thought that you were gonna be one of those squads that could be coming in pretty strong, but at the same time, with the whole personality that they're showing right now and how they are playing around each other, it's not looking so bright for them.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to change things up. But XERXIA Esports here, out at the blue zone, they're getting a lot of damage dealt on them. And though they have not decided to push into the zone just yet, it looks like they will have to eventually do that soon. But now, 1-for-1 up here in the mountains as the players of four Miracle Vibes are actually inching closer towards that hill. They have to watch out because it looks like they're going for a split push. As you can see here, Apex on the side while the rest of the teams push from the front to catch them off guard. And now slowly getting more and more aggressive as they inch closer towards the players of 1-for-1, who's trying to back away, getting ready to go into those vehicles when the time comes. But let's see how this goes down, Warden, because they are a couple inches from each other.
The gun power between 4 Miracle Vibes and official 1-for-1 is a bit of a stretch here, especially for 1-for-1, because they don't really have the best percentage in regards to the gunfight. So 4 Miracle Vibes, they should be able to own this one through. But once more, this is a new round here for the set of Miramar, and anything could happen. Nade's getting cooked up, getting flying through. Baron goes down to the ground. Doc looking to respond back with his own nade. They do get the connection. Apex from the outskirts will find a double spree on the feed. This is going to be Doc here isolating one player, but one player will be coming from the right. It's going to be a serious for you, trying to offer a pinch, but he comes in a bit too late, and now he's out in the open, getting sprayed down. From afar, it's going to be JD getting the kill as well. And now it's only going to be the last player remaining here for the set of official 1-for-1, and they get eliminated.
And officially out of the tournament. But you know, these eliminations are coming up a little bit later in the game than I expected. Usually we get the first team out of the equation by about 4 or 5 minutes, but it's been 10 minutes and it's only now that we're starting to see teams drop to the floor. But now we are going to see more action as the zone becomes smaller. We can see in the map that teams are starting to crowd up, especially in that zone area. Very, very close by. We have 9 SCE as well as BIGETRON and a couple other teams as well. And when one team engages with another, I'm sure the others would love to get into the mix as well, and that's going to be a bloody battle there. But for now, we're going to wait for that moment that they finally spot each other, and it's going to be Red Face here on the high grounds trying to scope out the area.
Red Face and Ultra Out PERSIJA EVOS is something that I can say that are late bloomers as well. Luxy with a Mini 14 can be pretty dangerous. And BIGETRON Red Villains are out in the open right now. Looking like at the visuals, they are still inside the zone, so that's just really bad thing for them. And Luxy getting tagged up. Oh my days, one bullet away. Could have been knocked to the ground, but managed to survive. And from the opposing side, they do have YOODO Alliance to deal with as well. So PERSIJA EVOS, if they can handle one or isolate one squad here soon enough, it might just be them getting caught into a pinch. It could either be BIGETRON Red Villains or the set of YOODO Alliance here for the set of PERSIJA EVOS.
That is what we'll have to find out later as things here get heated up. But BIGETRON, they're staying at the outer edge of the zone, just enough that they're safe for now. But as we take a look at the areas that they're scoping out, they're actually about to get sandwiched. They have one team on either side, on the mountains on either side, and if they make too much noise, they are going to get caught in the misfire. But right now, Alter Ego's Aries, they're going to drop to their knees as they face the players of Hail, who takes them out of the game. And now we are going to be down to 13 teams left alive here. STE still doing pretty well, not that much kills compared to the last game we saw. Now it's going to be Hail on top with 4 eliminations.
The 4 alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes as well. 2 for the set of AHG and 2 still for the set of GSM. 7 Elements and PERSIJA EVOS, they do have 1 for their side. And honestly, I'm really quite interested to see on what can Halo Esports offer here for the set of Miramar. And so far, it has been pretty consistent. It has been pretty nice. The way that they're dealing with the situation hasn't been too rushed. So play by the timing, just coordinate properly. Until then, they might just be able to get more out from the case. Now, for the set of STALWART Esports, this is a team that could really rack up those eliminations. And on the opposition, they do have to deal with YOODO Alliance, and I don't think this is any problem at all.
I mean, they're definitely a team that hasn't been doing very well. You can tell that YOODO has a lot of things to work on, especially those gunfights and engagement. So I'm pretty sure you are right, Warden. STE is going to be able to really clean them off when they are faced. But when it's at the moment like this where you're facing another team and you have no idea which team it is, it's better to play careful. They haven't gotten any kills on the players of YOODO Esports yet, so they haven't been able to see the tag of the players that they are killing, and that just means that they will need to be a little bit more passive here, because we know that it's YOODO, but the players don't know that it's YOODO. It could be another big name that they're fighting up against.
And it could be a bit of a iffy as well for them. NB Esports gonna go down to the ground. Fist Boy out from the chase, gonna get straight down out from the round itself. Nade flies true, and NB Esports, they get eliminated now from the chase. And it's gonna be 7 elements putting themselves up in the board as well with 4 eliminations. Clean squad wipe for them. And that's exactly what we want to see here on the competition. But back to STALWART here up against YOODO Alliance. STALWART, they get an opener now. They want to go for the heal up before they initiate the play. But, simultaneously, they are allowing to get the map control ongoing. Akshani now here on the front lines with an M4. More than enough weapon for him to scratch things off now up against YOODO Alliance. And with them getting the information, they want to leech off this formation right now. And it's going to be them cooking up the nades, but YOODO Alliance, Dio shots one down from up top. Akshani out. That's going to be a big loss here for the set of STALWART.
And look at the map now. It's getting smaller, but we still have a lot of teams in the mix. And this is going to be a very aggressive fight. But right now, we can see the players of Sem9 trying to move into zone. But as soon as they do, they're going to get sandwiched by the players of STE as well as I think that was Hail Esports as well. And now you can see STE in the middle of an engagement. They are trying to use this building for cover, but they are going to be spotted by the players of YOODO Alliance right around the corner. Not much happening now as they try to slow down the battles, try to slow down the engagements. Vampire Esports, though, they are trying to shoot their shots on the players of SM9, but those shots are just not lining up for now.
Not really. I mean, a bit too far as well. Big bang coming true. And so far, it's just the whole stalemate here that we're seeing here between Vampire Esports. But first out of STALWART and YOODO Alliance, it's still alive and kicking. Miracle obviously put themselves into the mix now as well. And this is just going to be causing a lot of trouble. Sem9 is also around the vicinity. And it's really looking to be in a very tough case here for them. So pretty interesting on who's going to be able to come out alive from this chase. And IC will be able to spot down one player from the side of YOODO Alliance. We'll go for some pre-fires. Not going to be able to find any connections whatsoever. But it's going to be a player from the side of Vampire Esports finding the connection to come true from afar with a mini 14. Tony K tagging things up against Sem9. And Kenny as well is also down from the side of the mountain. So Hail Esports might just be able to confirm the kill. They absolutely do, bumping Kenny S down. And that's going to be mitigating the player share from the side of Sem9.
We are going to see a lot of kills happening in the kill field right now in favor of the players of Miracle Vibes, and they are going to be able to knock quite a lot of players. But look at the teams that are left. BIGETRON down to 1 player left, and PERSIJA EVOS unfortunately gets eliminated from the game. Now down to 11 teams left. Smoke here trying to help the players of Hail heal up and get back into moving, but with a lot of players right around the corner, they have to watch out. BIGETRON here, very close to the players of Miracle Vibes as well, but not pushing for the engagement. And to the further corner, the other hill on the opposite side, there's 3 more teams that they have to deal with.
BIGETRON with Villains, Gen Frost spraying players down from the set of Miracle Vibes, but East gets the direction, and he gets the precise shot to his head, puts him down to the ground, but Satarless is going to be around the vicinity to pick him up. Now it's going to be a battle between 7 Elements and Miracle Vibes. 7 Elements closing in the distance, popping the nade. East respawn back with his own as well. Actually, it's going to be a smoke. That's going to be a barrier here for 7 Elements to be be hindered so far into the divisions of Formerical Vibes, but if East decides to peek out, he can go for the spray down and could pick up this beautiful triple kill right now. Divine on just the other side. East gonna peep out, gonna go for a spray down, catches Divine off guard. Goku bot as well, and Goku bot responds back with a trade, puts him down to the ground, but in the process he goes down. It's now gonna be Alien left alone now here in a 1v3, but picks off once more. Apex left alone, only a bullet to connect, but decides to heal up instead. And now it's gonna be a 1v1 so far here. Actually, Alien, it's gonna be picked up, and it's gonna be a 2v1 situation. Apex was in this situation before, but this time he goes out of the ground, all because of BIGETRON Red Villains Gen Frost finding the connection off the nade. I mean,
9 teams left, and we are going to see the players of BIGETRON here trying to go up in a battle with the players of 7th Element, but nothing just yet. And as I say that, we are going to see a couple of engagements. Shotgun gonna line up. YOODO Alliance gets eliminated from the equation, as well as 7th Element, bringing us down to 7 teams left. And now the map becomes smaller and smaller. BIGETRON, though, they are on top with 8 eliminations. Although only 2 players left, they have to watch out because Hale and Agon I8 still have 4 each, as well as Vampire Esports. So that's something to watch out for.
oh, having this angle right now. Hale Esports has this verticality to play with as well. And if Icy just peeps out too wide, he might just get beamed down. Good call for him to fall back. Now it's going to be Tops here on the front line. Die for you down below. I see drawing some distance here from the left side as well. Halo Esports, this is exactly how they like to play. Get the map rotations on, get the map control ongoing, and now they're found inside of town as well. Distance closed up. It's going to be a close for a combat run here between them. But Die for you spots one angle, gets slowed down. One player as well, half HP, will go down to the ground, and this is such a big mistake here for the set of Halo Esports. They're getting beamed down left, right, back, front, center. Tiger, can he make the difference? Can he clutch it up? Or is he going to fall down as well, just the rest of his comrades? Sekai only, can he make the play? But unfortunately, for the side of STALWART Esports, they don't get the read, but they decide to fall back for the time being. Sekai only knows for a fact that this is the situation right now. He wants to go for the play, but Icy goes wide with a DBS and only one more shot to connect. Until then, he can get the shots, but the double shot comes in. It slows down the heat. Tiger now on the front line, but the DBS is just too powerful to deal with.
And Icy stays alive for now, but he has to watch out because there's still one more player on the side of Hale that he has to deal with before he's able to revive his teammates. And right now, you can see that he's trying to get ready for the next battle. He's low on health, so he's healing up. And same goes for that one and final player on the side of Hale. It's going to be between them two to end the battle. Who's going to come out alive? Will it be STE or Hale that comes out of this match? Right now, Icy, though, deciding to try and heal up Tops so that he has some backup before going in for the engagement. Tops waiting for the right moment, healing up as well, getting that health bar full, but they aren't able to spot the last player of the side of Hale just yet. And right now they're about to push out, but STE still unable to spot them, and looks like they're going to just be able to eliminate the players of Hale as quickly as possible, as they're able to get the last 2 kills.
BIGETRON Red Villains having 8 eliminations will be only having 2 players to work with. IHC, they're slowly putting themselves into the mixture of the runs, and with BTR only having 2, they had this opportunity to possibly just take over the competition here for the first round of Miramar. So this is really looking good for them. Agon I8 still complete squad as well, alongside with Vampire Esports. But it's going to be IHC here trying to draw some fight up against CMF x GSM. And GSM so far, looking at the situation, it's not looking too bright for them. Happening and moving over. Very stale game. Pretty slow. But with IHC here owning this town right now, they could really handle this situation pretty well. I mean, after all, the zone is revolving around the very town. And they do have Vampire Esports actually inside that very compound. Playing around the eastern side of the map could be the way to go here. After all, it's all going to come down to the last 2 minutes to play with for this very time.
Six teams left. Make that five. Stalwart gets eliminated as well. And it looks like Bigetron has a good advantage here to actually get the win. But if not them, it's going to be IHC right behind looking to get that win. Right now, we're going to see Bigetron having the high grounds here. A little bit of an advantage over the rest of the teams. But again, they only have two players on their team. IHC, on the other hand, they have four as well as Vampire Esports. So that is going to be something that they're going to have a difficult time dealing with if they're not going to be able to play these long range engagements properly. But right now, we're going to try to see if the players of Agon I8 are going to be able to heal up their teammates so that they on in turn will also have four players. But GSM gets out of the equation, down to four teams left, and looks like this match is about to come to an end.
Yeah, looking to come into an end here. BTR only having two players, but they're still putting themselves into the mixture in regards to the eliminations. Pretty heated up, but IHC still is the squad that I'm going to be eyeing out for here, as they are so dominant in regards to, clutching things up. But this clash here between Vampire Esports and Aegon I8 might just be enough as well to soften the offense later on. Not unless they decide to disengage and just meet later on. But at the same time, with the whole personality and the whole nature that they're showing up, they are longing to just eliminate one another here. So this is going to be pretty interesting on who's going to be able to come out alive. Obviously, Vampire Esports wants this one more because they have a lot to prove. They were on a very big slump coming in from the first 2 days. Let's see if they can eliminate Aegon I8 here on this moment.
May this be the end of their slump, but of course they have to work for it first. And right now it's going to be a very tough situation as the circle becomes smaller as we enter into stage 6 already. The zone is getting smaller and smaller, and it looks like those grenades and smokes is going to come in useful as the area is becoming tight. But now we are going to see a couple engagements between the players of Vampire Esports and Agon I8. They are going to get a lot of kills there. IHC going into the mix as well, and Agon I8 going to be down to their last and final player here on the match.
It's going to be Blade left alone in a 1v4. UMP on hand, looking to get the eliminations. Gonna spray down one player. One out top, Vampire Esports. Tony K goes out, and Aegon I8, they get the clutch. Last 3 squads remaining. 2 for the side of BDR, 4 for the side of IHC, and 1 for the side of Aegon I8. And that was so unexpected to see for the side of Vampire Esports. So unfortunate.
It was quite an unfortunate match. But right now, Agon I8 going to be down to 1 player, Bigetron at 2, but IHC is on a whole other level with a complete squad to play with. But right now, IHC going to go and try to go in for the engagement, but unfortunately, that player gets knocked down. Agon I8 out of the equation. IHC versus Bigetron, 2v2 situation, unless IHC is going to be able to revive that one and final player, and it looks like Godless is going to be the one healing that guy up. Now, 3 versus 2 situation. A lot of time to play with. They're a little bit further from each other, but the interesting thing here now is that Bigetron, the two players, are actually on opposite sides, and they're going to try and attempt to sandwich the players of IHC. I don't know how well that's going to go down because, you have to be able to play for the trades, and that's not what they're doing. But right now, we're going to see the engagement come through, and it looks like IHC is going to be able to knock him down. Bigetron down to their last and final player. Jen Frost here, going to be the last one alive, has to deal with 2 other players on the side of IHC. He's gonna come into contact with one, takes him down, sees the other, trying to go in for the engagement. The shots don't line up, and he's gonna be able to take down the players of IHC. And Bigetron claiming the winner chicken dinner for tonight.
Wow! Talk about a clutch. IHC, they lost their chance. They dropped the ball. And with that being said, Bigetron Red Villains, they get the most eliminations as well. On towards the round, adding the 10 points coming from the chicken dinner. Wow.
The pinch play from the players of Bigetron just worked out so well for them, and I was doubting them for a while because they're not playing for the trades. It wasn't looking good for them, especially with IHC playing for the trades, but nonetheless they proved me wrong, and they actually got that winner chicken dinner in a very nice way as well. Very aggressive plays, especially going towards the end of that match. And I'm actually at a loss for words here, Ward, and they just did that play so amazingly.
Bigetron Red Villains. Never doubt them. 2v4, it doesn't matter. One player was down to the ground, and all of a sudden, a clutch came in, sprayed down inside the house, expecting the trade to come in. And honestly, for a set of HC, when you have the numbers on your side, you got to play off those trades. And it didn't happen. They got it through. And Bigetron Red Villains, they put themselves back in the board. Maybe not going to be enough to put themselves convincingly on towards the number one page, but at the same time, a win is a win, and a start is a start.
Yep, a win is a win, and that's all you need to be able to get some points on the scoreboard. But you know, it's not only winning that matters. You also have to be able to get those eliminations, and we did see a couple of the teams do that. But again, the point difference a while ago between SCE and IHC was so big that I don't think it's going to be enough for IHC only getting 14 kills to catch up to the players of Stalwart. I think a while ago they were needing over 20 points, and so for now, Stalwart is going to maintain the top slot in the overall leaderboards. But for this match leaderboards, it's going to be Bigetron, Red Villains getting 23 points, especially because of those 13 eliminations that they were able to get earlier on.
You know, just by looking at this whole phase of the tournament right now, Stalwart Esports, yes, for sure, they are on the lead. IHC, they tried to make a fight and all, but unfortunately, it's just not really enough as well to put him up. But yeah, hey, it's still an attempt. They still got number two for this very round. It was close, but at the same time, you know, Stalwart is happy because of the fact that Bigetron Red Villains was able to clutch it up. So props to them on this one. Now, looking at the whole personality here, I mean, for the whole statement of Bigetron Red Villains, I think it is going to be enough for them to go back to the first page of the overall ranking, but that is something that we have to see later on. But for now, for a set of 1-for-1 official Sem 9 NBA Esports and Alter Egos, they did falter once more here for Miramar, and this is really looking to be back to back here for the set of Alter Egos. Not really any fights whatsoever.
Yep, but right now we're actually going to take a look at the teams that caused a lot of damage in that last match. Bigetron here, of course, traveling 29 kilometers, getting a lot of grenade throwables to their use, a couple smokes as well. But we also have to look at IHC. They've traveled way more than Bigetron, but the one who traveled the furthest from the other side of the map to the zone is going to be Hale with 39 kilometers. That's pretty far, but of course they had vehicles to do so.
I mean, you know, it was really expected because it did drop on towards the northern side of the map around the vicinity of Campo Militar, and the zone just played around the town of, or the city of Los Leones. And now here is the top damage dealers here for this very match. It's going to be Bigetron Red Villains with 13 eliminations, 1,684 damage. IHC is not going to be too far behind in regards to the overall damage they were able to put up. But if you do compare the eliminations, it's a bit of a jump here. 5 differential for a set of IHC. Egg on I8, they tried to put up a fight as well, but only getting 5. Haley Esports having 8. Pretty impressive as they were late into rotation. Vampire Esports, they still find themselves onto the mixture for the most damage, but at the same time, with only 4, it's not really going to matter at all.
Yep, and we also have to take note that damages, they don't really earn you points. It's the kills that earn you points, and unfortunately, though a lot of these teams are dealing a lot of damage, their kills just do not really keep up with the amount of damage that they're able to deal. I mean, you saw Vampire Esports, they got 4 kills, but their damage is double the amount of kills they got. But right now, overall leaderboards is going to be Stalwart Esports maintaining their top slot and IHC maintaining their second slot as well. Again, still a 20-point difference between these two teams, but following them is going to be Hale Esports at 88 points, for Miracle Vibes at 85, so 3-point difference there. The Savior at 82, Face Clan at 81, Sem 9 at 65. Now that's a big jump there. And following that is going to be Morph GPX at 61 points.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Bigetron Red Villains, they are still not found here for the first page. So I think they are going to be leaning towards the top or upper side of the spectrum here for second page, of course, and let us see where they are at. Yes, they are going to be on the number 10 spot, just trailing CMF, XGSM behind. Alter Ego Ares will have 51 tied up with the Bigetron Red Villains, XERXIA with 50, Egon X8 with 49, Vampire Esports with 47, YOODO Alliance and 7 Elements will be tied up with 43. And if you get to see the whole competition here on towards this second page here, Wasabi, there's not much difference, honestly, because it's only going to take one good game for either of these teams to put through. Until then, they can really just skyrocket towards the first page.
Yep, you're right. The points from the point difference between GSM and Seventh Element is not that much, considering the point difference of Stalwart and IHC is 20. This one is something you can make up for in about a game, and that can put you on the top of the second page, or maybe in even make you go enter that first page of the overall leaderboards. But of course, you have to watch out first if one of these teams are going to be able to have those good games and high eliminations that are going to put them through to the first page.
Yeah, definitely. And now, fortunately, we are pretty much halfway done here for this broadcast. We still have two more to go. We're going to be going back to Erangel. And right after this, back to Miramar. There you go. So it's going to be once more a two composition of Erangel, two composition of Miramar, and one for the set of Sanhok. Very typical rundown here. And so far, teams that has been able to win things out. It has been the run between Halo Esports alongside with the run of the rest of the competition. But hey, it's not gonna matter anymore. What we want is new actions up ahead. All the way down to back to Erangel. Wasabi, I have a lot of expectations to see and to just overall project. But that is something that I just want to take it back for now. So we'll be having a short break right after this. Round number 4, we go.
welcome back to the Jew League 2023, brought to you by Esports County and sponsored by the one and only Mountain Dew. Once again, I am your caster, Wasabi Gaming, and with me is Warden. Here we are going to be your voices for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, pretty hyped up night that we have been able to see. 3 rounds so far. One from the set of Sanhok, one from the set of Erangel, and one for the set of Miramar. Fortunately, we're going to be going another run for the set of Erangel, and right after this, we're going to be going to Miramar. So, Wasabi, in regards to Erangel, what are you expecting to see?
Well, that really depends. I mean, this map is actually pretty big, and there's a lot of places with good loot. So they have to be able to go into those drop areas and loot up early on in the game so that they get prepared for the battles to come. And once again, it's a big map. So they also want to be able to get those vehicles to move around. And the past couple of games we saw, the zone was not really favorable to majority of the teams, which forced them to use those vehicles to relocate. So of course, we're going to see a lot of vehicles being used in this game as well.
You know, once more, the zones here for each and every map has been pretty punishing. Vehicles is just something that a lot of teams should be dwelling on now. Not unless obviously RNG just goes to your side and you're already part of the competition. Till then, you don't have to deal with the noise that your vehicle has, and you can get to avoid a lot of altercations. But for the most part, we've seen teams like travel 39 kilometers, all because of the fact that the zone wasn't really favored to them. Talking about you, Haley Esports, for that one, and it's really impressive for them to be able to make up the recovery because not a lot of teams are able to deal with that factors. But now moving over to the overall rundown here for the side of Erangel, STALWART Esports is the number one team to watch out for here, racking 10 elimination points for the most of it. IHG Esports, they come in second with 9, Miracle Vibes with 4, and XERXIA with 5.
Yep, these are the teams you're going to have to watch out for as we go into Erangel. But of course, STE, not only did they get 10 elimination, an average of 10 eliminations in this map, but right now they are at the top of the overall leaderboards, and they have about a 20-point gap between them and IHC Esports, which means IHC, they have their work cut out for them, and they definitely have to not only try and place high in this game, but they also have to go in for those aggressive plays, get as many kills as possible to catch up to Stalwart if they want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible for them to do, especially because of the whole pacing that they're able to put up. I mean, if you were going to compare on what happened on towards the Miramar run, Stalwart was at number 7, IHG was at number 2, so they're getting there a bit. So I want to see what more can Stalwart offer here for the set of Erangel. But now we move over to round number 4 of day number 3 here on the first week of the Jew League 2023. Wasabi, flight pad coming out your way. Take it away.
We are going to see the flight path cut through the left side of the map from the top to the bottom, which means not too many people are going to be going to that bottom right side of the map. However, we are going to also see a couple of the players that got a lot of eliminations in the last game, and Die for You is going to be on the top with 26 kills. And once again, a quick look at the overall leaderboards. This is what I was talking about. Stalwart, 20-point gap between them and IHC. Hale, on the other hand, at 88 points, also has a lot of work cut out for them. And right now, as we take a look back at the map again, it seems like our teams are going to spread out relatively even, considering that the flight path is going on more on towards the left side.
Yeah, more over to the left side here, and we're getting to see that it's gonna be YOODO Alliance playing so far around the military base alongside with only them actually. So that's gonna be pretty tough to talk about later on. Who's gonna be able to run things down, but for the time being, the zone is gonna be exactly totally to the opposite side of the flight path. Wasabi, this is like 4 out of 4 so far on tonight's run.
I know, I mean, by the next one, maybe teams should purposely go drop late and go to the furthest corner possible in the last and final match later on. But for now, we are going to take a look at the players from FAZE. They are here very close to the players of IHC, and if they go I think that is IHC, and right now it seems like they are going to try to force an engagement between the two teams. FaZe going to take some damage. IHC going to lose a player as well. And it looks like FaZe is going to be down to 2 players left as they got knocked down to the ground. They now have to find a way to revive those 2 players who are down and somehow get the players of IHC.
And I thought that FaZe Clan would be the heavy hitters, but a precise shot from Godless will come in. Velazix, the only player standing strong for the squad of FaZe Clan, will go down as well. And IHC, last time we saw them drop here on this vicinity, they were able to haggle each and every opposition that they had. And now with FaZe Clan out from the chase, that is such a big statement for them. They only got 1 casualty, 1 player going down to the ground. And now they get the full recovery for the time being, but hey, the battle's still not over. They still have 1 more team to deal with here on this very town, but looking like it's going to be CMF x GSM actually falling away here out from the chase. So that is going to be IHC getting the first clash said and done. And talk about how clean that was Wasabi.
Yep, very, very clean elimination, but unfortunately, FaZe is going to be out very early in this game, and that means 15 teams left to deal with. But IHC, they took pretty a lot of damage in that gunfight, so they have to find a way to heal up from that. As we can see in the statistics on the left side, a couple of them have damages been dealt to them, a couple of them healing up already. But if they don't heal up in time, they might just be faced by another team. So they definitely have to do that soon. Right now, XERXIA Esports, on the other hand, they are looting the area by the schools, trying to get as many upgrades as possible, as well as those throwables that we see are very useful, especially in the later half of the game. And the school, I think, is one of the perfect places to do that, especially as we take a look at the mini-map. There's not much teams contesting that area, which is going to allow them to loot safely without having to worry about too many things.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the situation you'd want to be in, especially on towards stage number 1, where there's not really a lot of altercations happening here, especially on a very hot drop here for schools. So that's going to be enough to solidify their, their arsenal for later altercations. And the only thing that they have to really work on is really the whole vehicle topic, because once more the circle is going to be revolving around near the military base. So let's see if they can deal with that factor later on. But first, out of IHC, props to them once more, as they are really, it's not just because of the fact that they were able to wipe out a squad. It's that squad right there was FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan, it was known for being the best team in regards to the eliminations and the whole gunfights, but they really faltered on towards the very first clash.
Right now, we are going to see the players of AE trying to deal some damage on the players of IHC, but it's just a little too far out of their reach, and those shots not lining up for now. But, that is going to be information for them that they have to be careful. There's opponents right around the corner, and they need to be able to play this strategically. Again, 15 teams still, but with a little bit more damage happening, we are going to see IHC get those 4 kills from earlier, and it looks like it's going to be the players of Alter Egos trying to take them down this time around.
Yeah, Alter Egos, they've been struggling. They haven't been able to put up anything whatsoever coming in for this very day, aside from that last and final clash. We got to see them on towards Sanhok against Hill Esports, but clearly they were really just running around, sitting ducks. And they are just going down once more. CMF x GSM wants to exactly put up the same narrative here on what has been happening here between Alter Egos, as they get an opener right now. They get 1 player down to the ground. Alter Egos having 1 elimination might just get cut down to that very point, as they're not really being put to a good shape just by looking at how the coordination is played out. Finally, they decide to regather with 1 of their players. In fact, there's going to be a possible 3-man push here for the set of Alter Egos, but for the set of CMF x GSM, playing hostage here, they have 1 player under their custody, and they want to go for the clash here. Mad Cat, this is going to be a very dangerous clash for him. 1 player wrapping around here from the downside, and he's going to get pinched down. Big mistake here for CMF x GSM, and the decision making here is just biting them down. They had the odds, but they gave the leeway back to the side of Alter Egos.
And look at this. The players of GSM, they're very far apart from one another, which allows their opponents to really pull them apart and take them down. But as you can see, the players of Alter Egos, they're going to be able to deal some damage on the players of GSM. GSM now only down to 2 players left up and active, and they are still being faced by the players of Alter Egos. And now it looks like the players of IHC trying to get into the mix, but as doing so, Alter Egos gets taken care of and out of the game. Now 14 teams left, but the blue zone eating up the players of GSM, not going to be able to heal up their teammates. They're going to be forced to start moving now.
Cleaned. And talk about proving me wrong for this one. I thought that they were going to go down, but Alter Egos, they get out, go out from the chase, and the narrative is on that they're just going to be a team that's going to be struggling coming in from the first stage of the event. So really unfortunate there for the set of Alter Egos, but they still have one more round to go. But first out of CMF, XGSM, Godless, spraying down. Big damage coming through, and I think that's going to be enough to soften things up as well, to put them down to the ground. Really intense, really nice run. Oh my days. This is just going to be, overall, a bit of a clash as well here between Genesis Esports and MOPRH GPX. They get one player down to the ground. Still a double factor situation that they have to deal with. Rocky here wrapping around from the right side, but from afar, PERSIJA EVOS Misery gets the connection as well. And now we get to see MOPRH GPX running up to the chase, knowing for a fact that this is just too much of a heat, and they do call it out. But Genesis Esports, they're caught in the mix race right now, and they have to find a way to get out from the chases. PERSIJA EVOS, they want to go head to head.
Now Genesis here trying to find some cover. Trust me is the last player. Unfortunately, I don't know if I should trust you, and it looks like Genesis Esports is going to get taken out of the equation. And now you are going to take a quick look at the map here. Again, this zone was not favoring any of the teams earlier. Luckily, some of those teams were able to relocate fast enough to get into the zone, but NB Esports and a couple of the players of PERSIJA EVOS as well have to start moving into that zone because they are pretty far away, and if they don't have vehicles, it's going to be a very, very far climb. But look at this, BIGETRON, some of their players going to spot the players of XERXIA Esports, trying to deal some damage using those throwables, but it's not lining up just yet. XERXIA on the other hand, gonna bring out those smokes to block the view of the players of BIGETRON. BIGETRON not in a very good position considering two of their players are at the water swimming, which is not going to allow for too much cover for them.
I don't exactly know how to feel about this. BIGETRON and Villains, I know for a fact they're a very clutchy squad, but when they have their back against the waters, one trip is all it's going to take for XERXIA Esports to take away from them. But STALWART, I see. Run, boy. Yep, just run. Just run. Just run. No room whatsoever to work with. The Xavier owned that ground. And top, overall, will actually go for the challenge. Double chow will come in. Small room, will hop out. He's going to run for dear life, looking to get a recovery. Just beside him is going to be a player. And Akshani will put himself to the mix as well. Opening up the door, closing it down, dodging, and rushing. Spraying them down. They get the connection inside this game, and it's now going to be the Xavier on the passenger seat for the time being. STALWART Esports owning things down. I thought that they were going to go out from the chase, but guess what? STALWART Esports, they want to prove me wrong, and they want to put up a fight here up against the Xavier, and the action lives on. A lot of things here will be happening here, but for the time being, the whole odds is leaning towards STALWART Esports.
Yep, STALWART, they have 3 active players, need to heal 1 up, but on the side of the Savior, they only have 1 active player and 2 that needs help, needs saving. And I don't know how well that's going to go, especially with STALWART just watching every single possibility for them to go up. And it looks like right now you can see Tops going to try to take down that last player, but unfortunately it doesn't line up just yet. 2 players on the side of the Savior, 1 act up and moving, the other end down, and this is going to be a hard one for Lamborghini as he gets left all alone to deal with STALWART Esports.
Ooh, wow. STALWART Esports. Once more, I'm just so amazed in how they were able to recover from the situation. IC went down on the outskirts. It's now going to be just Lamborghini left alone here for the set of the Xavier. Has the DBS. Could get the connection. Come in. Takes down dive for you. He wants to get some more. Tops down below. Big mistake here for the set of STALWART. DBS can overpower this AKM right now. He has his upper edge. Running away for dear life, but the connection comes in. One more shot to connect. And that's going to be him down to the ground. I see left alone. Alongside with Akshani as well. Could this be a squad wipe? Lamborghini has to find a way to heal up again. Gets the damage to connect once more. And he gets once more. He gets one more shot to fly through. And he forces a 1v1 here with Sabi.
1v1. The question is who's going to come out alive? And
Ah.
Lamborghini unfortunately gets eliminated. So does the squad of the Savior out of the equation. And now 12 teams left in the map here. They are the ones left to deal with one another, and it looks like YOODO Alliance as well as BIGETRON is going to be some of the only teams to make it fully into that zone. But YOODO Alliance, I think, has a little bit of a better positioning compared to BIGETRON, as most of them are down in the water swimming, trying to find a way out. And unfortunately, they are very close to the players of XERXIA Esports as well. So staying in that waters, I'm not sure how smart of a choice that is. But of course, the players of XERXIA, they also have their hands pretty busy trying to deal with some other teams around.
Can you swim?
Yes, I can swim. Can you swim?
Well, I can't.
Okay. Note to self: push Warden into a pool.
Well, most of the pools are, too low for me. I'm pretty high. I'm pretty tall. Red face. 1v1 will come in. And NV Esports, they go out of the round falling from the... That is just a mishap, to be honest. Imagine getting eliminated all because of fall damage. That's exactly what happened there for set for CJ EVOS. But for set of XERXIA Esports, they pretty much have BIGETRON Red Villains locked down for their side. And I think this might just be them mowing BIGETRON Red Villains on towards the river. But let's see if BIGETRON Red Villains can clutch things up. I mean, once more, this is not the first time that we got to see them in a discrepancy, in a very big disadvantage. And they were able to recover from the situation. And back to the map here, we are looking at YOODO Alliance alongside with Egg on I-8 inside the military base. Official 1-for-1. They are going to be coming near YOODO Alliance. STALWART Esports crossing the bridge right now, coming from the left side. BIGETRON Red Villains, they will have 3 players now on towards the, the beach right now. And 1 player is still in rotation inside that water. So MOPRH GPX, they only have 1 player to rely on as of the moment. PERSIJA EVOS, 1 player will be rotating from the eastern side of the map. And overall, this island here, Wasabi, is pretty colorful, especially the fact that this is only stage 3 that we're talking about.
Only stage 3, but things are becoming more and more tight because there's only 10 teams left in the equation. And right now you can see STALWART actually trying to go in for a push here pretty aggressively, and they are going to be faced by the players of 1-for-1, going to be able to knock one of them down. 3 players left on the side of 1-for-1 official, but they are not dealing too much damage. The players of STALWART Esports going to use those vehicles to try to run them over. For 3 players on their side is trying to deal some damage, but not enough just yet to eliminate the players of 1-for-1.
Here we go. Coming in. 1-for-1. STALWART Esports Ekshani just barging in with a buggy. But it's going to be Tops getting the elimination. Ekshani as well, actually. And that was a clean run for them. And STALWART Esports, they know for a fact that IHC on the previous round was really a squad to, to be reckoned with, and they want to double things down here so far. So they are on top in regards to the impact here for this very round. IHC is just trailing down by 2 eliminations. Let's see how this one's going to play out. But for the time being, Spotlight still owned by the set of PERSIJA EVOS, as they have 8 eliminations row so far here on towards this round.
And look at this, the players of BIGETRON having a swimming marathon right now, trying to cross the river right here. But unfortunately, that is going to put them at a very, very bad position where they can be sandwiched by the other teams in the surrounding areas. But right now, we're going to see a couple of engagements between BIGETRON and XERXIA Esports as they try to knock each other down. And LaPAR here going to try to go for the aggressive push to keep the players of XERXIA distracted while the rest of his team continues their swimming quest there in the water. But right now, we're going to see the players of XERXIA, some of them falling to their knees, 2 players left on their team, and they are getting a lot of damage as LaPAR here goes for the aggressive push, and it looks like the players of XERXIA are going to get eliminated. Hail now, their turn to go swimming, and BIGETRON makes them pay. They are getting a lot of damage dealt. A couple players falling right now. Hail is in a very tough situation that's not really able to fight back with the players of BIGETRON.
LaPAR from afar is just smiling for dear life. Sitting ducks, swimming ducks. Here for a set of Hail Esports, and they want to close down the distance as well. And Haley Esports has this opportunity to put up a fight, but obviously with no cover whatsoever. BIGETRON Red Villains, all they gotta do is just play off the timing. Until then, this is precious 3 elimination points for them. And enough being said, Haley Esports, accept your demise, accept your fate, as there's really no way that you can get out from that situation. It's just 10 Frost here left alone for a set of BIGETRON Red Villains. Gets low, getting tagged up. The zone as well, simultaneously closing in. And soon enough, it's going to be Haley Esports need to hop inside the beach. So I'd be pretty impressed if he can recover from this. But with Jan Frost here spraying a lot of good damage here up against C-Sky only, and with Boys still here on the boat right now, it might just be Haley Esports here eliminated, and it should be just Haley Esports eliminated. Hopping inside a boat, big mistake, still shuts them down. Haley Esports overall, they get thrown out from the chase.
And now, 8 teams remain. The question is, who's gonna get the chicken for the dinner tonight? And from the looks of it, it's going to be a very tough battle as these teams inch closer towards one another. STE right around the corner from the players of 141, as well as YOODO Alliance. And YOODO Alliance, they still have 4 players on their team. But of course, as they always do, they're able to survive, but they're not really able to get those eliminations. And of course, that doesn't really benefit them too much. But right now, we are going to take a quick look at what they're deciding to do. They're out in the open here, trying to stay away from the engagements between STE, or specifically STALWART Esports, and 141. And as long as they stay quiet and stay hidden, they won't get pulled into that fight just yet.
Surviving is one thing, but making an impact while you survive is another thing as well. And obviously you want to get the eliminations while you survive all throughout the round to make a big impact overall. And teams like IHG and STALWART Esports, they get those reads. FaZe Clan really just relies on those eliminations to back themselves up and put themselves into the equation for the top 5. So, with FaZe Clan not really having the best shape, they are going to go down. Same goes for a set of official 141 here. Seriously, he goes out from the chase. It's now all just going to come down to this one singular player from the set of 141 to clutch things up. And it should be it. Should be done. 141 official as well, eliminated from the get-go.
And now 7 teams remain. IHC though, not looking very good for them as they're down to 1 player left. Same thing goes for the players of PERSIJA, EVOS, and the players of MOPRH, because those 3 teams, they only have 1 player left. YOODO Alliance, on the other hand, has 4. BIGETRON has 4. STE has 3. But again, they're a very aggressive team, and they know what they're doing. They're a very, very good team. So even with only 3 players, there's someone you have to watch out for. But as I say that, Agonite gets taken out. 6 left, and the players of BIGETRON out in the open here. Very, very close by. They are about to go in towards the players of MOPRH, and that is just only 1 player. BIGETRON has an advantage here when it comes to the numbers, but MOPRH, on the other hand, forced to face this fight. Boy still here trying to get the shots landed, but not enough. And just as I say that, he gets the kill. IHC eliminated the same time that MOPRH is eliminated. 4 teams left in the equation.
Razzle and dazzle. Show them your dance move. And until then, you are going to be able to get the kill. So MOPRH GPX out from the get-go, out from the chase. Well, not really out from the get-go, as this is stage 5 we're talking about. But 28 seconds left on the clock for the zone to close out. And BIGETRON Red Villains, I've seen them win Erangel. About to see them once more. I mean, the biggest team that they have to deal with here could just be STALWART Esports, or possibly YOODO Alliance. I mean, I'm really open for YOODO Alliance to change things up and try to put up an impact, but at the same time, with only 1 elimination, it goes to show how cold they are and how cold they've been here in this competition. Let's see if it's going to be this case. For now, it's going to be STALWART up against YOODO Alliance here, hopping inside this playing ground. And YOODO Alliance flags here, gathering a lot of attention here. What a car. Relying on Clux alongside with, Dio to make the play to come in. But for STALWART Esports, this is a very composed squad. So YOODO Alliance, they have to play with cohesion, because if not, it might just be them getting isolated 1 by 1.
Maybe, but right now, BIGETRON, they are looking pretty good right now. They're going to try to take out the players of STE as well as YOODO, but no shots lining up just yet. and PERSIJA Esports, on the other hand, they are at the same situation. Lapar here with the sniper trying to go in for those long range engagement smokes to catch the enemy off guard, but no one has been spotted just yet. And Icy here in the vehicle is going to inch closer towards this STE player, and the question is, will he be able to spot him?
Will he be able to do so? Game stale. Pretty silent. And so far, it's just going to be YOODO Alliance once more holding their grounds, as they know for a fact that the zone is really favoring them as of the moment. And now they want to close out the distance. Now on the buggy they go. Tandem for the side of YOODO Alliance. But in the moment, they want to deal with PERSIJA EVOS Misery as well. I mean, I want to take this here for the side of YOODO Alliance. I mean, it's only one player here from the side of PERSIJA EVOS. So that might just be a good call for them. And they do eliminate now PERSIJA EVOS from the chase. Top 3 remains BIGETRON, Red Villains, STALWART Esports, and YOODO Alliance. And YOODO Alliance now will be facing their predecessors here. It was an awaiting battle here earlier, and now it's truly happening. Is Shawnee getting tagged up now? BIGETRON, Red Villains, they find themselves on the feed, and STALWART Esports, they have caught themselves on towards the mix, and they don't really have anything to play with as of the moment. YOODO Alliance putting themselves up in the board. They take one player down, looking to get more as well. But the reset comes in. BIGETRON, Red Villains will be taking over the mountainside. And if ever, let's say, the actions from the side of STALWART Esports will get stalled down, it might just be them mowing YOODO Alliance down. It's gonna be a squad versus squad here. 3v5, 3v4 we go.
3v4 between BIGETRON and YOODO Alliance. Will this be the redemption moment for YOODO Alliance, finally putting something up on the board? They have 5 kills already, but BIGETRON, something to watch out for, as they have 11 on the scoreboard for this game. And now the grenades going through, trying to cause some damage on the players of YOODO by the players of BIGETRON. They're trying to get those early engagements to be able to make their lives easier later on, but none of them lining up just yet. And the vehicle is going to be useful for the side of BIGETRON to get a little bit of a rotation and catch the players of YOODO off guard. But YOODO, on the other hand, they are going to try to maintain the high ground here, stay a little bit further away from BIGETRON until they have to go in for that fight. For now, they're going to try to stall a little bit, try to buy a little bit more time to their side, and they are going to stay hidden for now.
BIGETRON, Red Villains was in this situation before. Can they do it once more? Leo looting the package. Will it be enough for them to overpower BIGETRON, Red Villains? 24 or 25 minutes into the game, we're down to the last 2 squads. 11 eliminations for the side of BIGETRON, Red Villains, 5 for the side of YOODO Alliance. And so far, the map control here is just much better for the side of YOODO Alliance. And if ever Olio can wrap around here all the way down to the right side, they might just be able to catch BIGETRON, Red Villains here for a pinch. So it's going to be a very tough situation here for the side of BIGETRON, Red Villains, especially if the map control just keeps on going here for the side of YOODO Alliance. But at the same time, mechanically wise, Wasabi, you and I can agree that BIGETRON, Red Villains, they are one of the best squads here in its competition.
Yeah, definitely. And that was what I was saying a while ago. YOODO has the numbers advantage, but BIGETRON just has the skills to outnumber that. And it's just going to be a matter of how they play the situation. Right now, you can see that YOODO has the high grounds. So that's a slight advantage to their side if they know how to use it properly. And that's the big question. Do they know how to use it properly? Because BIGETRON, if they see one wrong mistake from the side of YOODO, they are going to make the players of YOODO pay for it and regret it. But right now, things slow down as we wait for an engagement to come through between these two teams. But it looks like the players of BIGETRON have plans of their own as they start moving around, trying to actually enclose and encircle the players of YOODO. But YOODO stacked up at the high grounds. They're going to be able to watch all the possible entrances that BIGETRON may be coming from.
This is going to be going on for overall 3 minutes already. And this is the perfect opportunity for YOODO Alliance to prove the doubters wrong. They have been pretty silent. They've been pretty stale. And they've been pretty questionable as well in regards to how they can, put themselves into the mixture of the best teams here in this competition for this Dual League 2023 1v3. A lot of investments for the utilities. YOODO Alliance looking to detonate this buggy right now, but Satarlis gets the read, throws down the smoke, wrapping around here towards the right side. Nade flying through as well here from coming from the side of YOODO Alliance. And once more, the patience here is just working out so well here for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains. YOODO Alliance, most of the times when they know for a fact that the numbers is favoring them, they go for a push. But Boy Steel here going for a big commitment out in the open, gets the spray down. Does get one tagged up, and the buddy comes in. Lepar putting himself into the mix from the distance. DBS found into the play on the front line. Will be able to tag him up down to half, but he's not connecting the second shot now to get the knock. And he goes down to the ground. It's now going to be a 4v2 situation. Make it a 2v3 now. YOODO Alliance still full control of the situation. The zone closing in simultaneously, but from the distance, from below, there's going to be one player from the side of BIGETRON Red Villains that can really make the play, and he's going to be the only player remaining now. A 1v3.
The players of YOODO Alliance playing this so well, maintaining all 4 players throughout the whole battle. And right now, they're going to get a winner chicken dinner.
Let's go.
And not only that, but they also got about 9 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, which means that they've racked up a total of about 19 points from this game alone. And despite every person, a lot of people doubting this team, they were actually able to finally prove those haters wrong and actually come out on top for this game.
Yeah, really impressive here for the side of YOODO Alliance. I mean, proud for these boys. They worked themselves up, and now they finally got the spotlight here for this Duel League 2023. YOODO Alliance, talk about Lux here, getting 3 eliminations alongside with Flex as well with 3. 2 for the side of Ftar, and for the side of Leo, not really going to get anything at all, but leave the heavy-duty jobs to the rest of your team. 8 elimination points in total. Really impressive. Adding 10, that's going to be 18 for them to rack up for this very round. And, you know, it's still not going to be enough for them to put themselves up into the mixture of, you know, the heavy-hitting teams. But once more, you got to start somewhere.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to at least put them at the upper half of that second page. Maybe even close to getting into the first page. But of course, as you were saying, they need to be more consistent in winning matches like this if they want to be able to have a chance of even qualifying to one of those teams that are going to get a prize for the top 10 teams of the week. But again, there's still 2 more days of action, which is tomorrow and the following day, so they have a lot of time for improvement, but they have to do it fast. And right now, we're going to take a look at the teams that caused a lot of commotions in that match earlier on. And YOODO Alliance winning the top slot as they end out the game pretty strong, with those smokes and grenades coming in handy and them surviving for a majority of the game. BIGETRON, on the other hand, used a whole lot of smokes, and that, I guess, was the reason why they were able to get so many eliminations on their opponents. STE, on the other hand, getting 3rd place, and PERSIJA EVOS, they are going to get that 4th team to focus spot. And now the overall match
Ooh.
leaderboards.
17 for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains. Only 1 point away. Really intense, honestly. And it really was a not really unexpected, but at the same time, you know, it was pretty impressive for them to put up. 14 for the side of STALWART, trailing by 3. We got PERSIJA EVOS as well, having 13. IHC on 7. Halo ESPORTS, alongside with CMF XGSM, will be on the 6 to 7 spot. More TPX on 2. Alter Egos with 2, NBA Esports with 2 as well. Now for the run of here for IHC Esports, they did lose another chance to possibly overtake Stalwart Esports, so they're still going to be remaining on the number 2 spot.
Yep, and well, I think that is actually also going to add up, because now the gap between IHC and Stalwart Esports is going to be even wider than it was earlier, especially with with Stalwart placing way higher than IHC in the most recent match. But now we are going to take a look at the top damage dealers. Now, YOODO Alliance, they got 8 kills there. A couple of the other teams getting more than them, but nonetheless, they were able to win out the match, putting them on top. And here is the overall match leaderboards. Again, as I said earlier, Stalwart Esports, they are gonna maintain the top slot, and over 30 points different, or about 30-point difference between them and IHC, and that is going to be a very, very difficult catch-up game for any of these teams at this point.
And for the side of Haley Esports, they did try to put up a fight as well. 94 for them, but Stalwart Esports, it really makes sense in why they are on this leaderboard right now. All because of the fact that with 3 winner chicken dinners, that is 30 points right there. You add it up, you subtract it to their overall score, they could be tied up with IHE Esports. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, we have MOPRH GPX, YOODO Alliance, CMF, XGSM, Alter Ego Ares, XERXIA Esports, Agon XI8, Vampire Esports, and Seventh Element here on the second half. And look at the downfall here between the top 13, 14, 15, and 16 teams here. -2 for each ends.
Yep, a lot of movement happening in this second page, especially because their numbers are so close together that one match makes a big difference. And now with YOODO winning that last match, they actually move up by 5 ranks, putting them at the 10th spot right now. Not just enough to be at the very top or to move into the first page, but it is definitely a good start on their half, and hopefully we'll see more gameplay like that. And same goes for Alter Egos Ares as well. They move 4 slots up, putting them at 12, but again, not enough to qualify just yet, and it just needs a little bit more work.
Yeah, I mean, work can be coming in as well pretty closely. I mean, there's still plenty more days to play by as well. I mean, after all, this is only the third day of the event. We get 10 days in total, 5 per week. So let's see if that's going to be something that's going to be happening. But for now, here are the MVP race. We got Choconaut now, number 1 here for the side of Stalwart Esports, having 24. For Miracle Vibes, Apex will have a 2.5 MVP points. For the side of Die For You will be averaging 2.46. So these are your top 3 players to watch out for in this very event.
Definitely teams to watch out for, especially the players on the SCE. We've seen Choconaut and Die For You time and time again on that MVP race, and they've been maintaining those slots, and every time we see them playing a game, they always get so many kills, which is also one of the reasons why STE is on that top number 1 slot on the overall leaderboards.
Well, 4 rounds we've tackled so far. We're going to be approaching towards the last and final round. Back to Miramar we go, and honestly, I want to see more action here from BIGETRON Red Villains. They are so far consistent in regards to playing around the last 2 teams into the competition for each and every round. I think it might just be the same case here as well here for the set of Miramar. After all, they were able to get a very clutchy win after the first round of Miramar, so I wouldn't be so surprised this time around if they can just bring in the whole composition of BTR and just overall put up a convincing and very defined fight for the last circle as well. But obviously, this is Battle Royale we're talking about, and it's going to be very hard to call on how they're going to be able to deal with the early factors of the game. So, Wasabi, last and final round up ahead. I know for a fact you're going to be excited. I'm pretty excited myself. But before anything else, guys, soon enough, we're going to be having a short break. We'll be right Down to the last round here for day number 3 of week number 1 of the Duo League 2023. Once more, we've had a very, very chaotic run here coming from the 4 rounds that we've been able to tackle, and for the most part it has been really BIGETRON Red Villains being the most convincing team here in this competition. IHC, they did show a little bit of fight as well, but for now BIGETRON Red Villains, they take the spotlight out of the way. But before anything else, it is at Warden here. Alongside with me is gonna be Wasabi, and we are the English casters for this broadcast.
Yep, and I hope you guys stick around all the way to the end because we are going to have our last and final match for tonight. But of course, the action will continue tomorrow, so stay tuned for that as well. But for the last game for tonight, it's going to actually be Miramar, and the teams that are going to be playing are those that belong in Group B, C, D, and E, which means we're not going to be seeing the players of BIGETRON as well as YOODO, as well as XERXIA Esports and STALWART. They're going to be out because they are from Group A. The ones that we will see, however, is going to be the teams of Alter Egos, Aries, Hail Esports, NB Esports, IHC Esports, Morph, GPX, FAZE Clan, Genesis Esports, D Savior, as well as Seventh Element, 4 Miracle Vibes, 7-9, Vampire Esports, and PERSIJA, EVOS, Agon I8, 141 official, and GSM final team of Group E. But here is going to be the top teams of Miramar so far. IHC Esports at the number 1 slot with 7 kills, an average of 7 kills in the last couple of matches.
And for said Formical Vibes, alongside with FaZe Clan and 7-9, the average 6 as well. And, not too much of a difference between these 3 squads here. It's just that the total damage is just a bit lopsided here for a set of FaZe Clan and for a set of 7-9. But for Formical Vibes, I did have a conversation with myself here, talked about how late they react to, putting themselves back into the equation. They are surely late bloomers. But now, here we go. Last and final round here with Sabi. Flight path, not looking so bright here, coming in from the down south. But moreover, it's just going to be testing teams, and how they can respond with the situation. Early drop here will be Morph GPX, heading straight to the top left of the map. We've got 7 elements now, just trailing a little bit behind as well. For the side of D Xavier, they are leaning towards going for the vicinity of El Pozo. For Miracle of Vibes, wouldn't be so surprised if they go back to Power Grid. Now, for a set of official 1-for-1, they are on the run right now to head straight to Picado. FaZe Clan will be dropping here. I think they want to go and lean towards the graveyard. For the side of Vampire Esports, Minas Generalis might just be the drop for them. For the side of Sem9, they scatter around here, coming from a bit of a northern side of the map. Hail Esports could go to the way of Cruz del Villa, and for the Cruz del Valle, and for the side of IHC, they want to go for Azar. And last but not the least, we have PERSIJA EVOS going down to the right side of the zone. In regards to the circle, you know what? It's not too bad compared to what we got to see on the first few rounds.
A little bit better now, and at least a couple of these teams in the circle, not too many outside or not too far, but of course there's going to be a couple of them, especially the ones up in the left corner, that have to slowly move down to the bottom right. But right now we are going to take a quick look at the players of Hail as they try to go around looting the area, not finding too much just yet, although they don't have too many opponents close by, so that's going to give them some time to go around. But on the kill feed, IHC going to get some damage dealt on them early on in the game, and it looks like we're already going to lose a team. Genesis Esports looks like they're out already.
Yeah, come on, this is just so common out here for the set of Genesis Esports, and just so pretty bad, to be honest. This is just so consistent for them so far. And, I'm not so used to seeing them go out from the chase quite early on. Same goes for a set of IHC and Alter Egos, actually. IHC, they have 2 players down to the ground. And now it's going to be Rosemary here on the front lines against Meow Meow. DPS on the hand. Will come in. Find a connection. Fnatic gets the connection. And IHC Esports, they get eliminated as well.
What is happening? Early eliminations less than 3 minutes minutes in the game, 2 teams gone. These teams are really giving us a show for the last game, and NBE Esports trying to get a mix. They're going to take a couple players on the side of D Savior down as well with a melee here, and it looks like they're going to be able to knife that guy away from the game. And now we're going to see the players try to get that of the players of NB Esports trying to look for the last player on the side of D Savior, who's up in the building, and he is just trying to buy himself a little bit more time considering that he's the last player. But with NB Esports playing very aggressive, going straight into that building, I'm not sure how much time he has left to live.
I'm not sure. Because might just be the bane for him. Mondo with a dual barrel shotgun might just be a player to watch out for as well. Pops the pills. Will go for a full recovery. And NBA Esports, it's going to be a very tough fight for them. Alpha Egos has been pretty heated up. The Xavier as well actually will be coming in. Now it's going to be Mondo here leading the push with the shotgun, but a DBS just overpowers him down, and the Kaz goes out from the chase. Parajin might just be able to get a double kill as well, as the DBS just too much to deal with overall. NBA Esports, they pushed, they rushed, and it's going to be the Xavier, Parajin clutching it up now for the squad.
But Parajin, though, he's in a tough situation. He's the only player left alive, and of course, no one would want to be in that position, but unfortunately for him, he has to somehow deal with that. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at the players of Sam9. They haven't been having the best day today. They definitely need to step up a little bit more if they want to be able to maintain the spot on that first page, because they're slowly falling behind. But from now, we are going to take a quick look at the players of GSM as well, as they try to roam the area looking for better loot. Not much players around their area as well, which is going to give them some time to loot up, get better weapons, and find the best place to position themselves for the later game to start.
Really intense here. I'm really loving the fact that Alter Egos is now actually putting up the fight that they were expected to do, at least coming from the audience. But let's see if ever, they can retain themselves all throughout. After all, FaZe Clan is still all around, coming in from the side of Thailand, alongside with MOPRH GPX as well here, coming from Indonesia. But Indonesia is smiling big time, all because of Alter Egos here being able to put up a fight. So GSM, I need to see them put up more eliminations, because one thing that they can do is obviously win off those rounds, but the other hand, those eliminations is not really enough for them to really climb the overall ranking. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see if they can actually put up that factor. And so far, one big thing that they have been struggling at most here for set of GSM is that they don't really push together. They decide to go for those isolations one by one, and that is the whole factor on what the other competition holds on to up against GSM, and they don't really, put up the same push and power coming from the rest of the competition.
You're right, those solo player plays is not working for them, and I wonder when they're going to figure out that they have to play as a team. But for now, we are going to take a quick look at the players of FaZe as they are going around trying to get a better loot. Not too much engagements coming in from them just yet, but Vampire Esports on the other hand, they are going to separate away from one another very, very far. Tony K here, while Ravenclaw on the opposite side. I don't know if they know their teammates are shooting each other, but that is also going to be
Practice.
maybe practice, but also that's going to be giving off your location to the enemies that are around you. But right now, it looks like the Savior is going to be taken out of the equation. 12 teams left in the game, and they are relatively far from each other, so not too much engagements just yet. But Tony K, bro, stop shooting your teammates. Gosh.
In Philippines, we say gigil na gigil. Means he just wants to put up a fight.
Super.
Hungry man, Vampire Esports. You want blood. Ravenclaw on top will not be able to spot down anyone, so we're not really seeing any possible fight here for the side of Vampire Esports. But for side of AO 98, they're not really too much of a threat here in this competition as well. They've been pretty questionable, but at the same time, it's never too late to change things up. But hey, let's see if we can count on Aegon I8 to make the plays later on. But looking at the circle now, it's only going to be 4 Miracle Vibes alongside Morph GPX. A bit of a composition as well here for the set of Halo Esports. Will be inside the zone, but the rest will not have any problems at all. Los Leones will be the city here. In regards to like the towns, there's going to be plenty of room to play with as well. Picado will get evaded now, coming in from the side of, I do believe, the run between FaZe Clan earlier. But let's see if that's going to matter now. But here we go. Zone going to start to come through. A reset will come in. How will this look? And it's looking to play around Impala. A bit of competition as well here from Puerto Paraíso.
Looks like these people are going to be pushed closer towards the water once again. A lot of them starting to move, but as they do so, inching closer towards each other, especially that area right above Los Leones. You can see about 3 teams or 4 teams actually clumping up in that area. But now we're going to take a quick look, drive around this desert island with the players of Vampire Esports. Up, he's stuck on the tree. Up.
I'm sorry.
Back up, dude. Like, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
They gotta get a license here. I mean, they gotta work on their driving skills. They're pretty good with the gunfights, but the driving not so much. And it's not only their team. There's a couple of them that needs to work on that.
Fluke. Come on, Fluke. You got this. There we go. There we go, Fluke. Let's go, Fluke. Evading the tree. Loving what I see. And he picks up his friend. No. Dude, don't ride the car. Okay. You know what? Trust your teammate. Hand it down to the phone. But Alter Egos and 7-9 will be going at it now here on this ridge. Looking to spray down. Big damage coming through here for set of 7-9. And Tam could really be this confident man to come in, but at the same time he gets tagged up. Dep now with him going down to the ground. The DBS comes through, and FaZe as well will be found on towards the mix. So it's gonna be a 3-player just crusade here overall into this town, and so far Alter Ego is just having such a better look into this situation.
And if you take a look at the minimap, there are a lot of teams close by, and with those snipers that they have on hand, they're going to be able to cause a lot of damage. But here, take a look at this. Sam and 9 trying to heal up one another, especially since a lot, I think 2 or 3 of the players are down, but 1-for-1 going for an aggressive push towards them. They're going to be able to take down one of the players on the side of Sam 9, and if I'm not mistaken, the whole squad has been eliminated. But right now, we are going to take a quick look at the minimap once again. As you can see, there's like about 3 teams very close by. The players of 1-for-1 going to try to use a smoke to get away the vehicles of the players of Sam 9. That's what they're going to use as their getaway vehicles. But taking a look at Morph as they climb closer towards the players of Agon I8. They are at the top of the mountain, which is going to give them some slight height advantage over the rest of the teams. But it's going to be a matter of who is the king of this hill first.
Oh, big knock coming in from the set of Agon I8. Morph GPX goes down. Ghost now has this mini 14 and an 8x. Quick overview on it. Yurdis. And from behind, there's going to be a player there from the set of Morph GPX. Falak rotating. Blade hopping in. That's going to be Fang down below, getting sprayed down onwards the buggy. Nasty headshot, but not enough to get the kill. He is out in the open, and it's only going to take 1 more bullet for him to go down to the ground, but it doesn't happen at all. So it's going to be a reset here for set of Morph GPX.
And now things slow down, but AI8 is going to try to land a couple shots on the surrounding teams, not lining it up just yet. But Vampire Esports, they're going to get eliminated out of this game. And now we are going to be down to 10 teams left. 7th element here out in the open. A couple buildings to cover the area, but teams surrounding them are going to be very, very close by, especially 1-for-1, who's slowly trying to make their way up that hill. 7th element has to watch out for that and keep an eye open. On the other side of the hill, we are going to see a couple of the players of AE trying to go in for an engagement. Alter Egos here fighting with Morph as well as the players of Agon I8, and that is going to be a very difficult battle. We also have one player from the side of 4 Miracle Vibes walking around. Hopefully he does not get spotted. He is very, very far from the rest of the team.
Hey, still pretty heavy battle here on this mountain. And with 4 Miracle Vibes still holding on for the ridge, they are going to be able to evade the gunfights coming in from afar. And it's going to be more TPX now eliminated from the chase. Can we see the more? Hoping to see the connections to fly through. And I think they still want to get this one here, leaning towards their side. But back to the way of alter egos, I think in some way they are going to be able to avoid the clashes as well. A lot of teams will be facing the rotation, so there is going to be a plethora of opportunities here between these squads here around the perimeter.
Things slow down right now as 9 teams are left in the battlefield, but with a lot of them trying to stay hidden, not trying to get seen just yet, things are going to go very, very slow. But Fnatic here with the sniper trying to play this very sneaky angle, trying to land a couple shots, doesn't line it up just yet, but when that does, it's going to cause a lot of damage. Again, things are going very slow here because the teams know that they are in very risky open positions, and they know that they don't want to push too suddenly because they're going to call out all the surrounding teams to fight in an engagement, and that can be a very bloody fight.
We like things messy. Well, not my room, but you get the point. Moving over to this whole competition right now, we have 9 squads in total, 32 players remaining, and we still haven't seen a clear definition who's gonna be able to come out alive. But shockingly, official 1-for-1 having 7 eliminations could be such an alarming call as well here for this competition as of the moment. But hey, you know, things are pretty still once more. But with the official 1-for-1 here, getting a bit into a hiffy now, they have to deal with alter egos here inside the compound. Nades flying through, they want to close out the distance, and they get one connection as well onto Octan with the nade, make it a double actually, as well as Rosemary will go down to the ground. And now it's going to be Octan now after the chase. Just grenades overall flying through the skies, and that's exactly the opener that official 1-for-1 wasn't expecting to do or to get. But they absolutely claiming this one now, and the cavalry comes in. They want to close down the distance. They know for effect the numbers towards their side, but the precision from Fnatic gets Sirius down. Jnaza here outside will get the connection, and now it's only going to be the last player here for a set of alter egos here looking to make the difference. Nade has to fly through. They got to move in quick. They can't afford to let alter egos reset.
And it looks like Alter Egos gets eliminated just as you say that, and we are going to be down to 9 teams left, 1-for-1 here, trying to find cover, trying to find a place to heal up because 2 of their players are down and they need to be healed before they can go into another fight. A couple of their vehicles getting them damage as well, which is going to try to actually make the move slower. But right now, 7th element, they're trying to deal some damage from far away onto the players of 1-for-1. Hale here trying to get into the mix but doesn't want to get spotted as they know that it is very, very hard. And right now, you take a look at the mini-map, you can see exactly where the surrounding teams are, and 7th element here going for the aggressive play with the long range weapons here. They're trying to shoot down their opponents from afar, and unfortunately 1-for-1 just doesn't spot them, so they're going to be able to land a couple of those shots while 1-for-1 is just left to find out what happens to them.
What could happen? Well, it's just gonna be something that we have to experience not tomorrow, well, later on. And now we get to see that there's gonna be a lot of things happening here as of the moment. Smokes dropping by. Once more, I would love to say this, turn on the ventilators because I can't see the thing, but Wasabi will just respond back that, you know, that's the point of smokes. You should not be able to see a thing. So that is going to be a faulty smoke if ever you do see through it. But back to this one right here, 7 elements, they have 3 eliminations. 1 for the side of Alien, 2 for the side of T24 OP. And they want to play around the outskirts for the time being, avoiding the actions happening around the central side. And I think this is the best call for him. I mean, after all, 7 elements, they are the number 2 team right now into this very round. 141 having 10 kills is something that I'm still not used to seeing. It is so hard for me to absorb how much impact that they've been able to do. And it's just a run here for Pakistan. 141 and 7E are proving that they can actually put up a fight.
Well, they are doing pretty good for this game, but 141, if they want to catch up to Stalwart Esports, who's not currently in the match, they have to get about 30 points, which is 10 more kills from what they already have and winning the match in total. So it's still a very far reach, but of course, progress is progress nonetheless. And right now, we are going to go back into the game as we can spot the players for Miracle Vibes roaming around the areas, trying to get into their vehicle to reposition as they know they are outside the playgrounds and they are being forced to move inwards so that they can get a better position. But looking to maintain the high grounds, they're going to try to circle around these mountains. But unfortunately, they are going to eventually be forced to move downwards. And now, 141 on the other hand, they are very close to the players of 7 Element, and they have to play this very strategically as they are out in the open. And 7 Element has a little bit more cover to play with.
For one, inside the compound, they are taking things slow. Just let the zone do the dirty work, pressure teams to go to your side, and all you got to do is mow them down. For Miracle Vibes, though, is something that I'm going to be eyeing out for here. They still have a complete set of players, only having 3 eliminations, tied up with a set of 7 elements. But I know for a fact if they are going to get any opportunities, they could really leech off it. And the closest engagement that they could possibly get right now is up against the player instead of Eagle 98. But from a distance, it seems 7 Elements Divine here spraying down official 141 instead of Jeepney. But unfortunately, he doesn't really have enough time to get the knock or the detonation for the vehicle. So no connections one not just yet. But for a set of official 141, they also have to deal with Haley Esports here coming in from the southern side of the map. And Sea Sky Only really putting the pressure here on the side of 141 official.
But Hale Esports, they're not at the best position because they're actually sandwiched between 3 teams if ever all of them start to put action. But for now, they are going to be okay since not too much things are happening around them, although they have to be very careful, especially with 141 at their front. And I do believe that 7th Element who are up behind them, or Agon I8 actually, behind them, getting ready for the right moment to push. But right now, we're going to see a couple of engagements as 141 tries to go in for a fight with GSM. Unfortunately, we are just seeing that in the kill feed right now as we watch Hale try to engage with 141 as well. And 141, even with the building, they're getting a lot of shots coming into them.
You know, I think that they have to just find a way to, slow things down just a little bit. Don't really get into a lot of engagements. After all, there's still plenty of time to play with. And it's only until now that Stage 5 will be closing in regards to the zone. So I think that, you just have to take this one slowly, let the zone once more put the pressure. But at the same time, the zone is actually against them. So they have to find a way to go out, get into those vehicles, run away from the situation. Haley Esports knows for a fact that they have the exact advantage right now. And 141 official, they're slowly just being put into a discrepancy. So there's really no recovery for them for the time being.
And right now, we're going to see the players of GSM get eliminated out of the game. Hale, on the other hand, still putting that pressure on the players of 141. And now they spot the players of 7th Element behind them, trying to land a couple of shots, but not enough to take them down. Hale down to the last 2 players as they get shot, trying to go in for the revive, using the hills and mountains as their only source of defense over the players of 7th Element who has the high grounds. Now, Hale, it's not looking very good for them. They're out in the open, a couple grenades going their way, or both of these teams, 141 and 7th Element, pushing at the same time can really catch them in the middle. But right now, Agon I8 gets out of the elimination. 6 teams left, and so far it looks like we still have a lot of waiting to do as these teams try to slow things down.
Official 141 is now going to be out in the open, and they're getting sprayed down by the side of Sea Sky Only onto the side of Haley Esports. And they're just crawling, hoping that the smokes will cover them. but it's not gonna enough. It's not gonna be enough at all. With 13 elimination points, they go out now as the number 6 team here in this competition. 7 elements, 4 Miracle Vibes, PERSIJA EVOS, Hail Esports, and FaZe Clan will be the remaining teams here for this respective run. And look at this, no cover whatsoever, all just playing grounds aside from the slight verticalities here on the Worcester Ridge. And it's just all going to be coming down to the teams that could be playing around the outskirts to survive for the time being, because this battlefield right now looking pretty hot. 7 elements eliminated as well.
And now 4 teams left. It looks like it's going to happen pretty soon because the players of PERSIJA EVOS trying to go into an engagement with Hail already, despite them having a very little coverage here. And right now we are going to see how this plays out. The only thing that majority of these teams have as cover is going to be those tiny hills, those tiny bumps on this mountain that is going to serve as their cover and only locations for them to hide. But right now, Sky Only is going to start rotating towards the rest of his teammates here, trying to get a better cover as there's more space for them to move around here. They're going to land a couple shots on the players of FaZe, bringing it down to 3 players on the side of FaZe. But look at this, the rest of the teams, they still have 4 players each.
PERSIJA EVOS is just flexing how much cars they have. They got a Lambo, they got a coin exec, and they have the gunfight as well to back themselves up. 4 teams remaining once more. FaZe, PERSIJA EVOS, and Hail Esports alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes. 4 Miracle Vibes, they have the most eliminations for the time being. But may it change? I think it won't, because I think it will. Looking at the whole situation right now, they have the best advantage. PERSIJA EVOS is just playing around the ridge, and they are really pretty much open here for a set of 4 Miracle Vibes. And Doc gets an opener, finds the 8th spree so far for the squad. And it's just going to be them getting more shots here happening. And I think that this is really just a pretty wishy-washy situation here for each and every squad. I think Hail Esports might have the better odds as well. 4 Miracle Vibes are extending this push. They are offering the split to come in. And I think this is still leaning towards 4 Miracle Vibes, not unless, of course, they can get isolated by FaZe.
That is true of 4 Miracle Vibes. They're in a very difficult position because they can be eliminated one by one, but they can also go in for a split push on their opponents and take them down eventually. But right now you can see that a couple of the players on the side of Hail is going to be down, waiting for a heal to come through, and with the vehicles right around, that's going to allow them to move, especially now that the zone is starting to inch closer as we enter into stage 7 of the game. And 4 teams left. They slow it down again. Some of these teams, they still have a full squad, but looking at the overall map, FaZe is going to be the ones who cover. But PERSIJA going in for the push right now is going to have a very aggressive game. And as you can see in the kill feed, a lot of the players of FaZe going to land their shots on the players of PERSIJA. And unfortunately, PERSIJA having to pay for the aggression that they had earlier is going to be down to one and last final player, Misery. Unfortunately, faces Misery as he eliminates the whole team, and they get knocked out by the players of FaZe. Now 3 teams left in the game.
4 Miracle Vibes, FaZe Clan, Hail Esports. Is it gonna be FaZe all day, or 4 Miracle Vibes just being them and just, you know, overall ruining the competition for the rest? Just Hail Esports as well, putting up a fight. And FaZe MR5Z goes down to the ground. Onzang's looking to respond back. Melastics as well. But gotta take things slow. Don't need to rush. Zone's still in your favor at some point. Just have to go for the reset. Hail Esports, they are looking to be the team that is on a very alarming situation. 4 Miracle Vibes, they have FaZe Clan right now back against the wall. So there's gonna be no room for opportunity here for FaZe Clan to rotate out. And just going to be a testament as well on whether can 4 Miracle Vibes connect with their shots.
And now we are going to see that he's trying to scope out the players of FaZe from the high grounds up here, trying to stay hidden while doing so. This is going to be information given to the rest of the players of 4 Miracle that the players of FaZe are going to be in those buildings, but 4 Miracle strategically placing their players far apart from each other so that they don't all get spotted. course, this is also going to be a strategic push as they try to force the players of FaZe out of the game. Hale, on the other hand, they're trying to distance themselves from all the commotion that's happening here, not going in for the push, waiting for the opponents to kill each other off so that they make it into the top 2. And I think that's a pretty strategic play here, as long as they don't get spotted by Apex, who's throwing a grenade at their direction. And from the looks of it, that might just cause the players of Hale to start moving.
Honestly, just looking at the situation right now, FaZe Clan, they are looking to be in the best shape in regards to the positioning, but for America Vice, the map control is so huge for them, so if they can deal with Halo Esports right now, it might just be them winning this one true. And here we go. Halo Esports now eliminated. It's going to be a battle that we'll be living on in between 4 Miracle Vibes and FaZe Clan. 3v4, 4 Miracle Vibes, complete set. FaZe Clan down by 1.
And now we are going to see the battle between For Miracle and FaZe, but it's going to be a 2v3 in favor of the players of For Miracle. And it looks like they have to be able to play this strategically because they're far apart from one another. But FaZe trying to go for the aggressive push. They're going to go towards Doc. Your Doc makes them pay for it. And they are going to fall down. FaZe down to one last active player in the game. For Miracle in good shape to end this game strong. 12 eliminations to their name. 3 players active, and they just need to be able to get that last and final kill on, I think that's Malo 6 here in the building, who is the last player on the side of FaZe, but he's waiting for the right moment to push as he's low on health as well. Backup right coming really soon. That's all he has to wait for. But right now it looks like the push is gonna come through, and Doc is going to be able to fall down, and it looks like the players for Miracle needs to fight a little bit longer as East gets taken down, and Mela 6 is going to be able to get out of that situation. Now he's going to try to put some pressure on the players of For Miracle, but the shots line up, and they're going to be able to get the kill. For Miracle winning the chicken dinner for this last and final match of the day.
GG, well played. 4 Miracle Vibes. The map control was just so precise and so defined that they're going to be able to sweep this one through and take away FaZe Clan, ruining another chance of FaZe Clan on winning their own chicken dinner. 4 Miracle Vibes, they needed this one as well. As we've been questioning for the longest time, when are they going to be able to put up the fight? And they are able to do it. So here on this last and final round for day number 3.
And there we have it. All of our games done for the day. For Miracle getting the last and final one. And just as Warden said, finally proving the haters wrong, as there was a lot of question on what this team can really bring to the table. But what I'm excited to see is really the overall leaderboards. But before we see that, we're going to take a quick look at the team statistics here. We're going to see a total of 14 eliminations to the players of 4 Miracle Vibes, all thanks to Doc getting 8, East getting 4, Apex getting 1, and Baron getting 1 as well. But of course, it's going to be that team plays, team effort that really allow them to claim that number 1 spot.
Something about, 4 Miracle Vibes is that if Doc is not going to be able to perform, Baron can back himself up. Could be Apex as well. But for now, it's going to be East and Doc coming in for this one. So props to them for pushing this one through. And GG, well played. Honestly, it was such a very intense fight here for the round of Miramar. And we got to see a composition like FaZe and 4 Miracle Vibes. That was really exciting right there. A bit of a hustle as well that 1-for-1 official was able to put up. After all, they got 13 eliminations on towards this round. And that is something that you're not really so used to seeing them do. But they made it happen.
They made it happen, and they did it very convincingly. And right now, we're going to take a look at the teams to focus for that last match that we saw in, just a couple of minutes ago. Of course, For Miracle is going to be on top of that. And now you can see the match leaderboards with those 14 eliminations and the chicken dinner, which is equivalent to 10 points. That's going to be a total of 24 points to the team of 4 Miracle Vibes. Not far behind, it's going to be the players of FaZe Clan getting 7 kills and a total of 13 points. 1-for-1 official with 11 kills as well is going to tie up with those 13 points as well and putting them on that 3rd slot.
Really intense fights once more. And the 3rd slot right there will be something that they want to hold on to, of course. But for the time being, the damage dealers here will be for Michael Vice 14, 3,000 damage. That is just so huge here for them. Arguably the
3,000.
biggest one that we've seen so far here in this competition. Followed up with Faceland on 1488. 1-for-1 official with 2,382. Really big margin for them as well. Hill Esports on 1,127. 1,226 for a set of PERSIJA EVOS. And that's going to be 4 for both Hale and PERSIJA. 7 for a set of Faceland. 11 for a set of 1-for-1 official.
And those are going to be the teams that caused a lot of damage in the last and final match that we saw tonight. And I'm not actually quite sure if we're going to be able to see the overall leaderboards. It looks like we're going to have to wait for this till later. And guys, don't forget to go check out the social media platforms to see the updated overall standings.
Yeah, actually, you guys have to stay tuned towards the Instagram page of Esports County if you guys want to see the overall ranking of these squads overall. Now, Wasabi, fortunately, with every storyline, we're going to be wrapping things off. It's going to be the end here for day number 3. Before anything else, anything you'd like to say?
Well, I'm just excited to see what happens tomorrow and to find out what those overall standings are, because right now they're leaving us at the cliffhanger again.
Well, typically normal. We like things exciting. We like things, we like to be guessing. So, hey, it's all right. I'm going to be checking in the Instagram of Esports County for this one. But yeah, I mean, towards the English broadcast, it is at Warden here and Wasabi signing out. See you tomorrow, guys, or see you in the next following days. Good night. See you. See you, Wasabi.
No,
Take care.
we're staying here.
No.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to be back here at the Caster's Deck, so don't forget to stay tuned for that.
You don't want to do it? No. You don't want to do that.